It's the only thing that goes on that all of our others,
Okay with that
well past.
for now. Okay. We good, Kev? I feel like.
Probably move the camera so it's not just pointing it. Okay.
Shout them and bring it.
You can set Mr. Hyde.
Could you imagine trying to have?
I'm not.
That's
Perfect.
purpose.
Understand.
Professionals.
Don't allow it though, because we have.
All right, so we are, PEA and Polk County Public Schools are meeting for their third bargaining session on July 27th. We will be meeting, the meeting is starting now at 9:20 and we are scheduled to go till 5 PM today. And so for anyone listening, just so you know, there's times where we might be caucusing. We'll put something up that if we're caucusing, we'll be taking a lunch break too and stuff like that. And then, all right, we'll go ahead and get started. All right.
Based on language and necessary needs relative to CDAT. We start with Article 9 of
Yep.
CDAT.
Yep. And so. So I emailed you, Brian, and I think, I don't know if Jason was on that or not, but Lori Allen and Carrie Barkwin are supervisors over in Head Start. And so we've been communicating with them as well as some of our CDAT members to bring back the CEU requirement or options to be certified for our CDATs. That language had been lost through some contracts. And so we wanted to make sure it was put back in. And Department of Children and Families still accepts those. And so we want to put that back in. And it's the managers over at Head Start are good with it too. And so what we have before us today is just a change in 9.1-1. Adding in employees assigned as a CDAT by holding a Florida Department of Children and Family Staff credential formal or an AAAS degree in early childhood, childcare, or child development must complete 3 college hours or, and this is the adding it back in, or 4.5 CEUs in early childhood or related field within every 5-year periods. And so that will help our CDATs as they also have to be recertified every 5 years to not just have a college credit option, but they have the 4.5 CEU option as well.
Yeah, this is, I too had met with Dr. Allen, Lori Allen and the team, and this is just like a regulatory thing to help us need to be.
Yeah.
The one thing I will offer is we have CEU. We say what a CEU.
And actually,
there.
it's funny you say that as I was putting this together, because I am not an early childhood development teacher. I didn't know what the acronym was either.
Childhood education.
So Lisa, what you know what CEU stands for?
Education
Continuing education
unit.
units? Okay, thank you.
So I think
So we
this
can
is-
clarify that, yeah.
And you know what? I'm gonna write it on this one. If you want to write it on.
Yeah,
yours.
and I'll print a clean copy so that we can have it in the TA. So continuing education credit, or no,
Units. Mhm.
okay. All right, so then I'll make that change real quick and then print 2 clean copies for us.
That'll be good. We pause and you're teeing up a question for TA. I'm gonna invite Karen to go ahead and hand out teacher appendix C
Okay,
on our side. Do you have
and
you
then,
have appendix C as well?
yes,
We can let that be circulating around.
Yeah. so I have 3 printed copies. Wait, hold on. I thought it was. And our folks have it. Did you have it?
No.
Grab that pile, extra stuff. And we have some extra.
Yes, I do.
So those are the printed copies. we have.
Is that yours? Is that yours? The district's proposal?
Yeah, no, there's just 3 on this side.
I only did 3 printed, and so
Look at it and tell me if it.
Counter proposal.
Yeah.
Yes, it is our county.
Oh, yeah, this one, what we got goes all the way around.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry.
I got this. We're gonna walk down through them together because they.
Oh, and this is yours. Okay.
This is a good.
Yeah, I'll put that in between the PEA.
Thanks.
So, let's,
employers.
if you need a few extra copies, we have a few extra copies for us. Pat, can you make-
JD.
I think so.
I don't need to say not.
Has everybody signed the attendance sheet? If not,
No.
oh, Karen hasn't.
You need.
If you haven't, raise your hand and Kat will get to you.
Where is that?
Yeah, no one in the back bench.
Appendix C.
Yes,
Yeah, but I think.
you have yours. Okay. Okay, I'll put this in the middle of the table.
Okay, perfect.
That just makes it Tuesday. That just makes it Tuesday.
Well, I didn't ask.
It's a failure on the product.
Excuse me.
And then
You all have a copy of appendix C?
Para 9 is on the printer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
When we
We'll
were
do the attendance copy.
doing, when it first came on board and we were doing. Okay.
Article.
Was it to the pandemic? Para 9 days, I thought school was gonna make me stroke.
Okay.
My teacher would have to go out some uses virtually and I'd have to run the thing in 727 and we had a TA. I would hit the wrong button and then I wrote TA and new one.
Their continuing education.
That's helped me more than one time. I think I'm going to tell the parents who was sitting with the kids that all on the page were mine. Don't blame the software. I need to copy your printers. I want this. So. Yeah, we can maybe review the discussion.
Actually, she may be.
Wait, oh, this is something.
Faster.
You know, I'm thinking ours is on top of yours.
I think because we had discussion at the table and we had written language together.
Because we've inserted and done.
And then we inserted stuff that I know Mr. Talbot had sent to both me and Laura. And so it probably is very similar, or if not the same.
I have some ideas when we engage with appendix C.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to add in those supplements that we had discussed that had come up, and then I know Mr. Talbot had sent some things
He did.
to both of us, and
Beach volleyball.
yeah,
The chief.
we may have inserted them in different places, but I think it's the same.
We'll go through them still together, but.
Okay.
I think.
So yeah, it'll go to Brian and Jason.
Yeah.
So, here, I'm gonna give those to Jason so he can. Sorry. Right, and there's. Warning. Turn it down. 68, let's go. Hope y'all brought your jacket. I'm sweating bullets. Sorry.
It's not like.
It's hot in here. Susan will rent her jacket.
I wore winter clothes.
Entrepreneurship.
It is.
Paid $1, rent it out for $5.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
Rent a swag.
Yes.
Actually, I saw that.
Just a little bit.
That was fun.
Yes. Tommy Haverford in the rental swag.
That was done, I believe.
So good, keep the TA right there. Other
No
contact.
one touches these, right?
Yep. No coffee smelling on that.
I'm gonna hand Aaron our.
Yesterday they were working on finding it.
Okay.
So I'm trying to find it for you. Do you remember where it was on the?
Or finance.
I feel it.
Actually, Marianne, can you hang on to the final TAs?
Aaron,
I can.
that one is a TA.
Pass it on to you.
We've got a tentative agreement.
Perfect.
All right.
All right, let's go through C.
All right, we're gonna delve into teacher appendix C. You should have two appendix Cs. Stephanie and I,
Yours.
did you get?
I have mine.
It should say has on the top.
Oh, here. Is that theirs?
I think that's yours.
No, that's ours.
Okay, all right.
So these are gonna look similar. And there are gonna be multiple articles today that we'll present like together because there's language from the union and there's language from us, and we're gonna kind of walk through them article by article.
Okay,
So you should have in front of you one that says 7/27/23 PCPS revised counter proposal underlined. And that would be our handout to you. And then the union's proposal will be the one that is not underlined. And it says 7/27/23 PEA counter. So if you have both of those, we'll walk through them kind of together as we go because we have a belief that there's great similarity and there may be some great difference between them. Let's make sure we capture them both as we go through. As I've gone through, I will offer the first is the underlined language in the second paragraph.
Mhm.
It appears to be the same.
yeah, we wrote that
So,
together.
yeah. So that's a check.
last time.
We would agree on that.
Okay,
Then we go down to
the senior high
In school.
stipulations.
but if you look at hours in school suspension monitor.
Oh, that's just changing the format.
Yeah, and then we inserted the senior high piece. Okay, because we were talking about in-school suspension monitors, so then we mentioned that was for 1766.
Yeah,
And then we added the language that would read no more than 3 supplements for student extracurricular activities will be paid except by special permission of the chief of high schools. And that reflects our new org structure.
okay.
And I think that flows with the priority of 3 later on, no more than 3 supplements later on.
Well, to me, it doesn't really change what's already happening. It's just
Right.
clarifying the organizational structure.
I would agree. So I'm going to put a check mark
So,
by
yeah,
that.
we're good with that.
Athletic supplements is not on yours, but what this is, I believe the last time we talked, we were gonna like grab a section and drop it over someplace else.
Mhm.
And so that's what's happening here. So you see athletic supplements. And I wanna walk this across. So
Okay, so this is under the no person shall be
let me
assigned.
find it. And let's make sure.
It's it's all kind of lumped in that,
It is.
that little front part of before the actual supplements are listed out. So it's the one.
There is your no person
five,
shall be
six.
assigned.
It's the 6th
I
paragraph
see
on the
it.
first
Yeah,
page.
okay. So we struck the no person shall be assigned. Because that was kind of grabbed, I think, in the language above.
Mhm.
And then we did add the language, no person shall be assigned 2 or more coaching positions that would require service during the same season. The only exceptions being an employee assigned to coach the following boys and girls sports during the same season: bowling, cross country, golf, swimming, and tennis. And I think we had worked directly with,
Because right now it's only listed as boys and girls golf and cross country. But I think, and in talking to Mr. Talbot,
Yeah.
on some of these things too, because bowling is a smaller sport like golf is, swimming and tennis, very similar. So we're okay with that.
so we'll put a check mark
Yeah.
on that. Then we go down to any athletic, and that's following the paragraphs down from your proposal. It's
Mhm.
probably the seventh paragraph.
Yeah.
We just updated that language to reflect org structure, district senior director of athletics.
Okay. Yeah, we're good with that.
And then let's see, you got a note there. We'll flip to page 2
Yeah.
on our proposal. And when you look to page 2 on our proposal, it coordinates still with the bottom of page 1 of yours,
Mhm.
carrying over to 2.
That was,
These were the same to me, I believe.
yeah, we had talked about that and last time we had done that language together.
I will say that it looks like, let's look closely because the language is different.
Is it?
Additional mentoring teachers deemed to be in need of assistance be paid their regular hourly rate of pay.
Mhm.
That's the same.
And then we crossed through the extended, the appendix D.
In advance between the principal is new,
Um,
or the number of hours agreed upon in advance between the principal and the mentoring teacher. That gives us some mechanism to know. And it's before the mentoring is requested, not after the fact.
Well, and actually, it's really not a change because the way it says for the number of hours agreed upon by the principal and the mentoring teacher. So they're already doing this, but your language kind of clarifies that it should happen in advance.
If a principal were to read it, it would
Yeah.
trigger or the
Yeah.
teacher.
So I don't think it really changes what's happening. It's just a clarification. So we're okay with that
All right.
addition.
So now we'll walk down through.
Karen,
Supplements.
do you have these electronically so that we can
Yeah.
merge the two eventually? Because I think we'll probably come to an agreement today on this.
And I've just been working through hours. We've agreed
Yeah,
on
yeah.
everything so far. And then we'll have like one agreed upon.
Yeah.
Just to clarify,
Go ahead.
so you agree with Stephanie that going with the advance between doesn't change?
No, we were gonna leave it as in advance.
Right.
between,
Yeah.
But it doesn't
Provides
change.
more clarity.
All right, got you.
Yeah.
And basically what it means in practice is if I need to mentor you, I need to agree that she's gonna mentor you for 3 hours and not just have her start mentoring you and then say, oh, I did 5 hours
Right.
and we didn't know about that. That's what it means to me.
And that's as far as my understanding, that's how it should be going or is going. So I think that clarification's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so now we jump down through here. This is a little bit different as we jump off from yours.
And I think
Oh, no.
and I guess and I'm okay with alphabetizing because I think that actually would be easier.
Yeah, and I think she
Um,
did that.
Then that would be great. Then we will work off yours because I'm not going to re-alphabetize. them.
So the first new one we see is the head flag football girls spring at $2,000. And again, this.
Okay, so that is a girls. I had a question about that because when Dan had sent that to me, I did, and I know obviously boys have their football but the flag football is just a girls league then.
Right.
Okay,
And then we go down to head volleyball girls, same value of
Same thing.
2,000. And then we've added a language to clarify head volleyball boys and girls.
is the beach volleyball? Because I know part of what Dan and we've been working on together the last couple of years is making it more equitable for boys and girls. So is beach volleyball going to be offered to boys? Or is this just a girls team right now?
So see, it's funny you raise that question. Because we had the same discussion this morning.
Yeah, because if we're doing that now, I'd rather do it if it's going to be for boys and girls eventually, if we just clarify that now.
I'm not aware of any boys
Okay.
volleyball league at this time.
Okay.
But I want to make sure.
To add a boys, it's gonna have to add another girls sport. Don't know.
That's why, I guess that was my question. If we're adding a girls sport for beach volleyball, do we have to, I think under Title IX, don't we have to offer it to boys?
We talked about this morning.
No?
It-
Oh,
you
okay.
have to offer the same sport. You just have to have the same number of sports for each.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay,
So girls have to have, if we have 15 sports offered to boys, girls.
I
have
see.
15.
okay.
So that's the only thing.
I gotcha.
So,
Okay. I just, I it's silly because I just wouldn't want to have to write an MOU just to add boys if it ends up being something that is down the road, you know what I mean?
We shared the same Title IX
Okay.
discussion this morning as well.
Okay,
And we felt like we were okay.
okay, all right. And then we're good with that then.
Then we go down to bowling. We just clarify boys and girls. I think Laura made the remark, we moved that over from athletic, so it's
Okay.
in this section.
And we left it under other, just because we wanted to have that discussion because it was already there. But if we're gonna reorg.
Back to
We're
yours,
okay with that.
we caught flag football. We clarified girls, that's
Mhm.
different from yours.
Yes,
And then the beach we clarified, but it's the same.
okay,
Now we'll move over to the assistant
Yep.
coach block. That's 3 of 3 on ours and 2 of 11 on yours. The alphabetized hours, so we'll have to kind of be
Perfect.
mindful, but assistant flag football girls would be 1,600. Assistant beach volleyball girls would be 1,600. And then again, we added the clarifying language of boys and girls for assistant volleyball. Continuing down to junior varsity,
okay.
I think, okay, now you had assistant.
Oh, yes, so I had a conversation with Mr. Talbot. And this, you may want to get him on the phone at some point today to get some clarification because we had a discussion about weightlifting because some of the weightlifting at some of the bigger schools, there's a large number of people participating. And with having just one coach, it's a safety issue to have just one person supervising 50 to 60, 70 kids that are doing weightlifting. And so we were going to suggest adding the assistant weightlifting coach, but there might need to be some like ratio parameters. Like if they're over so many kids, that's when it triggers an assistant, which would probably only be your bigger high schools that would even trigger that. And then when we looked at the price for the supplement, because the head weightlifting was making 1,800. We looked at the cheerleading because the head cheerleading was making 1,800. And then looking at what the assistant cheerleading made, the assistant cheerleading coach made 13. So we were suggesting 1,300 for that, for your larger schools. So that if you do need extra people for an assistant coach in that spot.
Okay.
For ratios and safety concerns with weightlifting.
So what I'd like to do is just put a pin in that.
Okay.
Let's follow up with Dan.
Okay.
Or at caucus or have an opportunity.
Okay,
And I am also very open relative to getting a value. If this moves forward for
Okay.
the size, it would trigger that.
yeah.
Because I couldn't see the value in a small program.
Absolutely. And the safety concern was really where we were at is you have more than X number of kids
Right.
in that area that you need more adults, especially when they're lifting weights,
Right, right.
with the safety concern. We do agree that there should be a ratio trigger for that. And it's probably only going to be at your bigger high schools that it would even trigger that ratio.
That in brackets out beside
Yeah,
the weightlifting piece.
yeah.
All right, so we'll follow up on that.
Well, and actually, I think there's after the athletics,
Mhm.
we worked like a bargain or two ago to clarify some of these ratios. We could probably put it underneath, like where our page 4 and 5 and 6, where it goes through fall, winter, and spring. We could see where the weightlifting occurs, which season it occurs, and then that's where the ratio could live if we.
Okay,
Since that kind of already follows that format.
Okay.
So just a suggestion for that,
okay.
but yeah, definitely we probably need to give Dan a call for that. But
Absolutely. Let's keep going, see
Okay.
if it's just this point or whatever, by the time we're done.
okay,
JV coaches now, we both had boys and girls as
Mhm.
clarifier. Now we're down to middle school
Middle school.
coaches. We added boys and girls for volleyball.
Okay.
Did not,
all right.
so I think if you're,
So we need to add volleyball boys and girls.
Yeah. I've already got it on ours.
Okay.
And then, let me flip over to
And
page
then the other high
of
school.
ours. Which jumps into first responder.
You
That
clarified co-ed for esports. Okay,
Yeah, so sports, we did co-ed fall season.
okay, yep,
Esports, co-ed spring.
okay,
So if you're good, we'll go with our language there with the co-ed. Now,
now we're in the supplemental.
supplemental notes. So let me grab where that would begin on yours.
I think that starts at the bottom of page 3 for us.
In order, yeah,
So
okay.
you're adding in an athletic director responsibility.
Yes.
So athletic director clarification.
And honestly,
And these are just title
we just,
changes.
it looks somewhat of a formatting change. We
Yeah.
pulled out the athletic director, if you compare the two,
Mhm.
started with the hyphen in order for a school to have an athletic director.
Yep.
No change in that language. Let me see it. I don't think you have any between pages,
No. So
but we did offer,
we're okay with your number one. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
clarifications
we
with,
just changed
titles.
titles per org structure. All right, so
Okay.
I'll put a check mark on that. Then we go to number 3.
and then 2, you clarified all high schools.
Oh, yeah, I did. So I didn't put a mark on that, but that's,
We're okay with that.
agree with that. Number 3, he said, at the bottom, this is defined as being before the first day teachers, teachers on 196-day contract return as
Okay.
established in school calendar. I think it just establishes a hard date that
Yeah.
is beyond us per the agreed upon calendar that we do every year.
Yep, we're good with that.
Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7 is our next one. And 7 on your side, you had removed middle school.
Yeah, we just called it athletic coaching supplements.
And I think we had started with teachers.
You guys actually
Grade
did the same
levels.
thing, but added something different.
Yeah, so let's see how it looks. Teachers at multi-grade level schools, and I'll pause here.
Okay.
That's gonna mean K-8 and 612s. May be paid the higher of the 2 supplements. For example, a middle senior teacher would receive the senior high supplement for which eligible.
Should we clarify multi-grade and just say K-8 or 612 schools? Just so that it's clear that that's
Yes.
what we mean as combination schools.
Including but not limited to. Don't we still have a K3 or did we that down?
No, there's.
Because Frost, yeah, because Lewis Anna Woodbury is now one school. Frost Proof and Hill Griffin is now one
We only
school.
have K8s and 612 models right now
Yeah,
that I'm
Yes.
aware of.
yeah,
Let's do that.
okay.
So a reason we're saying may instead of will.
Will be
Maybe.
paid.
Will be paid. Eligible.
An option.
At multi-grade schools will be
Right,
paid.
negative, I don't know.
If somebody just to give them.
Teachers.
What's happened?
And we could put in parentheses K8, 612.
K-8 and 612 combo schools.
Combination
And then will be paid
schools
the higher the 2
Yeah.
supplements. Okay,
will be paid the higher of the 2.
okay.
Finally had to.
For example, a middle senior teacher would receive the senior high supplement. Eligible, okay. All right, with those changes, we're good with that.
Then we'll move along to page 5 of 13 for hours. That grabs over. Make sure we're following yours along. Middle school extramural. Where did we?
So we both added the esports
We
in the
both
fall.
struck middle school on 7,
Yep.
so we agree on that.
Mhm.
Okay. So now we just continue down through the charts. You added esports.
Yep, we both added esports for the fall
Yep.
and it's the same, so we're good with
That's
that.
good. Number 3, we're at winter sports. Hours.
Oh, we need to clarify the boys and girls
Yep.
route here too, so
We
we're
have
good
that
with
on
you.
ours. Okay. Then we move to page 6 of 13 on hours, but we're still tracking yours. I think our 4 is the same.
Yep. And I think with the spring, we should both have added on the spring too.
And number 5, extends over to page 7 on ours.
Yep, and ours is on 6 of 11. We both have esports.
So that's good.
Are we going to clarify co-ed in like we did with boys and girls? Or, because really, should we clarify co-ed here too? Or since it's clarified in the supplements, are we okay?
I don't think I have an aversion of putting co-ed because we do have boys and girls on those teams.
Mhm.
Where is the first reference to the co-ed that you're
It's in the actual supplement.
back on the, where
Yeah,
it
so-
says how much?
Yeah, so like,
There, we could duplicate it, but let me say this, just by visual, how we're setting this up, since we've got it over there and we put it here, should we make sure we have it everywhere?
well, and I guess I was gonna ask that because it, the way we set up this table a year or 2 ago, I forget. we had clarified like boys tennis, girls tennis, boys golf, girls golf, boys wrestling, girls wrestling. So I think if we just say esports co-ed, it's saying that there's one team.
Let's just
There's not two teams of boys and girls.
put it in.
Okay,
I'll put brackets around it, co-ed,
okay,
because I think that's how we notated it previously.
okay,
And, yeah,
okay.
so that's done.
And
We
then,
were down to senior high supplements.
yep,
Uh,
and so we both have over 10 months clarified for deans.
Deans, okay, yep. So we agree to that. We
And we-
agree to this.
We both have over 10 or 11 months based on approved work schedule.
And then we were at instructional coaches.
Testing, we both have over 10 months.
Let's see, hang on. I've got school-based. I put the qualifier of school-based instructional coaches.
We're good with that.
Yeah. 2,000. Then we go to teachers. We both had the same language.
Yep.
On the next box.
Okay.
And the next one we are different on.
Well, so, and I have a question about that because when you guys came on the 26th, you had accepted that for us. So now you have it stricken through.
Think you might be right.
Yeah. You guys had accepted our initial proposal of $2,500 for AP IB in Cambridge. Now it's stricken through.
So can we do this? Because I'm from the Show Me State. Can we just go back and just double check that relative to
Yeah.
what we agreed or had signatures on or?
Well, we don't have signatures, but when you guys sent a counter, when you guys sent your counter to this on the 26th, you had accepted that supplement proposal. And I can,
We got to come back to you on the,
okay,
let me,
and
pockets, I want
Yeah.
to be with my team on.
and I'll pull up what Laura had sent over, I think either the morning of the 26th or before, but and we can do that when we caucus too.
And I remember we had quite a bit of dialogue the last time
Yeah.
about that. I forget where the teacher was telling us about.
Oh, Raz had to take a phone call.
So let's,
Okay,
let me follow back with us on that.
okay.
Now, let's see, you're at senior high supplements, instructional coaches.
Yep.
Oh, and
We
we
have a C note.
and we were gonna get back to you on that other, about the APIB ACE. You had print digital media. I think we had the same thing on page 8 of 13.
And just real quick, on your page 7,
Yeah,
we're okay with your C note 4
okay.
addition. And then, yeah, we both have print or digital. Yep,
We added, if you'll see ours, we had added print or digital media, student news, sponsor, 1 per school.
okay,
That just helps
Yeah.
us to, again, provide more definition.
we're okay with that.
Then we have I guess a C note 5,
Yeah, we're okay with that too.
and then we go down to, this is where we took and went back over to the side to other senior high supplements. We got rid of that nomenclature, that whole line.
Okay.
And then history fair, we both had that language.
So we're okay with it, as long as it just can continue with the high school supplements. I don't know why there was really a differentiation anyway.
Okay.
So we're okay with that.
And then we go to,
Both the history fair.
I just lost myself, head teacher through science labs. Okay, so we're good there. Then we go to middle school supplements. And then start with Dean.
So we had, we wanted to add it because deans are being paid the supplement anyway, whether they're in a middle school or even the few that we have at elementary schools. And so we wanted to make sure that it was clear, kind of based on the discussion we had last time, to make sure that they are in fact getting that, which we know they are. I mean, I know of every dean out there right now, whether they're in a middle school or an elementary school, they're getting the $2,500 supplement. So we just wanted to make sure it wasn't just in the high school part, that it was also in the middle school and the elementary supplements, to be clear, because that's money that you're already paying out.
And I guess to my team, I want to make sure relative to the paid and prorated monthly. Does that come out at monthly or does it come out at semester or at the end?
No, deans are paid monthly.
They get
like
their
your school
stuff
ca-
monthly?
Yeah, like your school counselors and your testing coordinators, they're paid out monthly.
On mine. it's
Yeah.
just in Wisconsin,
Okay,
every month.
all right.
Marianne. Marianne?
No, okay, I'll hit you later.
All right.
Um,
So are you guys okay with adding that clarification? Into the different grade bands? It's happening anyway.
I'm gonna discuss in caucus with. my
Okay.
group When I have those other pieces, it seems to flow into what is already,
Happening.
but yeah, a way of business, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, y'all are going so fast, but can you go back to page 7?
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to. Here, the teacher must be assigned AP, IB, or AIC, and then it's in a schedule. It's not set up to enforce that. You're gonna run into a problem because what's gonna happen is principals are gonna do that. There's no check and balance within the system. And that's gonna cause a lot of frustration. In order for that to actually be enforceable, there's gonna need to be more IT support. It's gonna take a scoping and then it's gonna take programming.
And so that was on y'all's side.
Something, when we caucus, let's talk about, because
Okay.
quite honestly, that was part of the discussion. We were at the table last time was, where's the threshold? Is it
Yeah.
one section? Makes you eligible for the $2,500
Well,
or otherwise?
And to that point that, and because we had started to go down that rabbit hole too, when we had first added dual enrollment.
Mhm.
And so how do you gauge that? And so that's why if they taught at least one class, they got it.
Right.
Because there really was, to your point, Ann, there really wasn't a way to, did they teach half their schedule or did they teach a quarter of their schedule?
Right.
Yeah,
Just for everybody to know, my role here is just to make sure the systems work for what y'all are trying to accomplish. And then to raise a red flag if it's not, and that's,
yeah.
which Jenna caught first. So Jenna.
If we agree to it, IT can help us make sure that it finds its way into the programming.
Okay,
But I do want to come back. I want to have some time to discuss on the
Okay.
basis of these points that we've already laid out here, because I still have some pieces that I want to clarify.
okay.
And I'll follow up and confirm on the dean's piece when we
Okay.
come back. Jumping back in on school-based, let's see, we were school-based.
Yeah, so you're adding in the clarification. Well,
What did we do?
so this was also one, wait, are we still in middle school?
Yes, we are.
Let me go back to my school.
School counselors, actually, we were school counselors. School counselors paid in prorated monthly installments over 10 or 11 months based on approved work schedule.
Yeah, we're both. And so question on the school-based instructional coaches and testing coordinators, those were two supplements that you also agreed with when you came back on the 26th, because we presented that on the 19th of June. You guys came back with your counter and you pulled the dates off and everything like that, but you also accepted the school-based instructional coaches and the testing coordinators and the middle school level. And you had actually countered, because we had said $2,500 for the testing coordinators at middle school, and then you countered with 2,000.
Okay.
And so, and we accepted that. And so now both of those are stricken through.
That again.
Okay.
All right, so middle school. Okay, well,
We're okay with the C notes.
then we are down to the history fair, I think.
Yep.
Is the next addition.
Can I have the question on this? Are we keeping it?
Which parts?
Brian, I think
We're gonna-
that's the caucus.
Yeah,
Oh, we're gonna talk about.
we're gonna talk about it, yeah.
I also asked one question.
Yeah.
Because was there, where was the newspaper? Where was the paper at?
That was in the high school.
Yeah.
High school.
Can we change it to say where?
It's on our page 7.
I have a question.
It's 7,
Yeah.
way down through
I
on
want to add it.
ours, it's right here.
Yours is on page 8.
So we'll follow.
It's at the top of page 8.
They sponsor one per school.
So do we have schools that are doing a digital media news and not a print? I'm just curious.
I think this was to, the discussion, if I remember correctly from last time, was that this is to incorporate teachers or staff that run like Facebook pages for schools or run their, websites or
But-
stuff like that, or run things with students.
We're not allowing that.
That's actually what y'all been doing is what we found out at the table last time. She said that that's how it's been being used, was they were calling it the newspaper supplement, but they were giving it to the.
Yeah, but like, we're not.
Changing that process.
Stuff, and that's where I want to make sure we define this
Okay.
specifically. That it would be for if they're running a digital newspaper. Not they're running a Facebook site or not social media, because we're not allowing that.
Okay.
And I just want to question, do we have staff do we have schools that are just doing?
So Jason Geary is over all of the website information. If there is a social media page, it must be registered with the district.
Okay.
He must have the username and password for it. And it would not be appropriate to do a supplement for running that.
Okay.
It might be appropriate for a supplement to run their website, but they have to go through training,
Mhm.
have to follow the rules. And the rules are there to protect kids.
Mhm.
And the laws are now coming in and saying, we can't post these things on social media. We can't give away, because we're giving away student identities. That's what's happening.
So do you guys want to talk about that piece further?
Yeah, let us, when
Okay.
we get a caucus, we just want
Well,
to
then-
define, we want to just tightly define that.
Because the conversation at the table last time was about like people that run
I think
things for schools.
has changed with the legislative updates.
Okay.
There were 70 something of them that came in July 1.
Okay.
So some of this is still happening.
Okay.
It's also protectionary in measure for everyone.
Okay. And then we can come back to that one too. Okay. Right, Marianne?
If we're gonna, if the revisit the duties next year, we don't usually put notes to ourselves and into
Yeah.
the contract.
Oh.
And so now it sounds like some of what I was thinking is what just
Yeah.
came up. So I wonder if things need to be aligned, if that needs to be done now.
And that's a good point, because I actually took that as a note that it wouldn't actually be in the TA. It was just, so that's a good point, Marianne.
We agree on that.
Sorry.
No, I mean, it's a good point, because we don't want to have something there and then it not really be available,
Right.
Or somebody do it thinking that.
Thinking that they're gonna get-
It's in the
Yeah,
contract.
and it's really kind of, it sounds to me like it's being more locked down and managed at the district level, which honestly, I don't think it's anything. That way it's, more controlled. It is, those are very valid concerns.
People step in mud all the
All right.
Okay,
Now I'm calling.
okay, so
All right, we're on,
where are we at?
on hour 9 of 13 and you're 9 of 11,
9. Okay.
because we had agreed on school coordinator for history fair.
All right,
And now we're going down on into elementary school.
all right, and so, and you guys are gonna
Yeah.
caucus. And just to revisit your page 9 again, and Marion's been doing this a lot longer than I have, but in my 4 years of doing this, I just haven't seen a backtrack. And so I had a question about that, because you guys accepted those and then now they're stricken through.
Okay.
Okay,
it can happen, but it's not customary to do that. And it's really regressive bargaining, because we've thought something was nailed down and then we go back and
Yeah, I understand.
came and you found out something we thought that was gonna cost, $5,000 is gonna cost $55,000, then we would understand you bringing that back for that kind of a discussion.
all right, so we're on elementary.
Elementary school supplements, you had the dean language in
Yeah.
there again. I reviewed that with my team. A school counselor, we agreed on with the 2,500.
Mhm.
And then we had struck.
And that was the same.
Yeah,
And here, actually, in ours, you can see the history.
Yeah.
Because we had at first initially proposed 2,500. You actually countered with 1,750. And then when we came back out of caucus last time, we had countered with 2,000 for it to be in line with the other supplements that you had said that you would accept.
Understood. All right, now we'll continue on and we'll come back to that. Now we're under vocational teacher supplements, page 10 of 11 on yours, 11 of 13 on ours. We are at the Fire Academy, under vocational. And under yours is just Fire Academy 2,600.
Mhm.
Under ours, we added additional
Okay.
language. Bartow Senior, one, and then the underline serves as emergency medical tech, course teacher, career and tech student organization sponsor and summer equipment maintenance.
We're okay with that.
So. And that's the MOU that continues to
Mhm.
go on and on. Other non-extracurricular activities is next. Looks like we changed the beginning and we changed, let's look at this carefully. Yours is still like just existing the way it was.
Mhm.
We took the $200 that would have been health contact and provided additional clarifying information. So if we clarified the name from health contact to designated health contact annual supplement.
Okay.
And we said it would be for up to 2 eligible positions. It could be a person from ESP, para, or teacher contracts who complete the mandatory training requirements, but it would exclude the LPN that's a part of their job. And effective July 1, the eligible designated contacts must be actively employed as of May 1st. It will be determined by the district-wide seniority among the 3 agreements. And so we just tried, I think we hashed that out a little bit at the table last time.
Yeah.
And we tried to bring some definition to
So we would offer, because this would be in place once it's ratified. Why don't we just strike through effective July 1 and just say the eligible designated contacts so that we don't have to, because we go back through and clean up these dates all the time.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
And then just, so the eligible.
Question.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. So you're only excluding the actual clinic nurse. You're not excluding the LPN that's a classroom LPN.
Like at the center schools.
Clinic nurse. Yeah, I would go back to,
At Karen Siegel, they have clinic nurses.
Yeah.
And then they have nurses assigned directly to a classroom.
so I would offer that classroom nurse would be eligible for this.
Okay.
Because you're telling me there's a separate designated person that's in the clinic to administer meds and do those responsibilities.
They're school-wide.
Right.
And then the classroom,
Different than the nurse that's in a classroom, for whatever service or instruction. Yeah,
Okay. And then. I would just, cumbersome, if we want to reference 6.72, we wouldn't want to have the whole
well,
article or the whole piece of the article there. That's kind of cumbersome. If you guys want to reference 6.7-2,
why don't let's do this. Yeah, I agree. Let's just look at this again. Across for who complete training, the eligible doesn't must be active as of the 3 agreements.
mhm,
I want to say something like activities or responsibilities as defined in Article 6.7-2 and be done with it.
that, I'm okay with that. So say that again.
Duties and responsibilities are defined in Article 6.7-2.
In teacher.
Yeah, let's clarify.
So in teacher 6.7-2.
Responsibilities are defined.
6.7-2. And then leave it at that.
And then we
Okay.
will get rid of all the safety committee reference because we can all go to the contract and read that.
Okay. Then we've got the Title I.
Let's pause.
Oh.
Though, look at letter B. I think that's important. We need to go back to Article 6.7-2. Consideration should be given. It just says consideration. It's a soft word.
Yeah,
We were just trying to say you need to have your designated health contact in that group.
yeah. I mean, I think referencing it is fine.
But if that is what you want to happen, then consideration should be given means it's up to the principal.
Yeah.
So if the word should be stronger, the team should be comprised of no less than
Like-
something. There needs to be
The committee should include
food,
the designated health contacts.
yeah, along with other members that should include
Yeah.
these people.
Let me come back to you because I think I'm gonna bring.
And we would have to change Article 6.
7-2, which is out of,
Yeah.
that's kind of we were just gonna reference it and move on.
But we also have Article 6 open because we have a piece of compensation in there for teacher
If it's like
planning.
today, then maybe let's come back and we could drop.
Yeah.
I would like to just leave the existing language and just add the designated health contact and move on. from
Okay,
there. Because I don't want to be locked in, if you will.
yeah. Okay,
So help me remember, we'll make a note to add designated health contact in Article 6 later today. Article 6.
that's 7
Yeah,
dash.
we'll add a health contact. And then continuing on along, lead, here's next one was lead sign language interpreter.
Well, let's just go down because you guys
Got
have some,
translation services.
but you guys have like something in Title I.
Yeah, we just put Title I school annual
Okay, annual, okay.
supplement.
All right, we're good with that.
Employee covered under as of May 1st. Yeah.
Okay, we're good with that.
Teaching, and then the next one we said in a critical shortage. This is one we work pulling that list from the DOE,
Mm-hmm,
and then we pull the courses that they teach.
mm-hmm,
Teaching in a critical shortage subject area, annual supplement,
mm-hmm.
paid end of year based on FTE survey 3. And what that is we're just trying to define the reports that we pull. We're just going to go directly into that FTE survey 3 report, pull the data. If you have those courses, then you're going to get that supplement.
Mm-hmm. So this has, at least last year, because this is only the second year we've paid it out.
Mhm.
So last year, it was paid in the end of June check.
Right.
And I know as we are talking about a calendar, if we're going to say end of year, I would rather clarify if it's going to be May or June. Because we're going to get those questions and so will you.
Let's just say, let's just refer it to what's published in the calendar.
Okay, then I would,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
If-
Then I would,
Maybe.
if that's going to be the case, then we would suggest striking through end of year.
I agree.
And just say paid based on FTE, if it's gonna be listed in that calendar of dates that we have, like in that language that you guys are gonna publish. I think for clarity, it would just be easier to just
Do
strike,
the same thing with that one too as well, right?
nah.
So
Cause
that it specifies when it's paid out.
they're all gonna have a paid out date
Okay.
with the calendar, yeah.
Um,
So if we strike through just end of year,
And I'm making a remark, add payments schedule to calendar.
yeah, well, and that is,
That's another piece we're gonna,
in the very beginning, we said the district will publish, and we both have that.
Yep.
The district will publish a supplement pay schedule annually by September 30th. Any new supplements agreed upon after this date will be added to the schedule within 60 calendar days. So these will all have dates associated with them. So we don't really need that because I think it's,
Stephanie, when you say these will have dates associated, you're talking about dates that they will be paid, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Some concern. I don't know if now's the time to bring it up or not.
Sure.
If these are submitted in a timely manner by the employee, then that causes significant disruption on the system.
Mhm.
So how do we do that? Because we need the employee to submit the special activity in a timely manner. We need the building to then do it in a timely.
Well, and with this, and with the supplements, I believe it's not an employee submitting special activity pay, it's the principal.
Pull from survey 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
That we pull down.
You're pulling it down from.
Remember the Kim Storts?
But this is for everything in here.
Yeah.
She had the question for all of these.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of these supplements,
They're dependent on what the schools submit to us,
But the
principals.
But I think for all of us, we need language that states where the responsibility lies.
because as a reactionary measure at payroll, we can only do what is in the system. And one of the problems that we're running into is that the individual does not submit in time. The other problem we're running into is the individual does not check in time. Everybody makes mistakes.
Well, we have a lot of school-based administrators not submitting it. on
Agreed.
time. And that's actually where a lot of these end of the year supplements,
Agreed.
it's the school, it's the principal not actually sending it to personnel and payroll.
And remember, I'm just the system
Person, but the system is built.
to assume that people are putting in the information that they need to get paid before they should be paid.
Yes, but I think what they've said several times now is it's actually a systems problem on a part of administration. Because these supplements that they're talking about are not supplements that the teacher controls. It's the
But I'm talking about all of it. Like remember, I'm on both sides of the fence here.
But we have language
in-
that says that if you have to have, there's already language that talks about overpays, underpays in that area. That if you don't submit in a timely fashion, then you have to wait till
Till your next
the
pay.
next day.
That's not even what I'm talking about.
But I think with the supplement question, with the supplement issues, all of these supplements here are handled by supervisors.
Okay.
And so these aren't like employees working tutoring or not, working extra, after school stuff. These are all controlled by supervisors. And so what we think, and the calendar is going to help, but what's going to happen with the calendar is you as HR and payroll and personnel are going to have to communicate with school-based administrators and other supervisors of, hey, this is when we're paying this out. You have to have all of this information to whether it's personnel or payroll or HR, whoever it's going to by this date. But then we also have to have mechanisms to hold supervisors accountable when they don't do that.
That's the purpose, and that's why I'm excited about the calendar.
Mhm.
Then make sure we on the backside, have the processes in place
Yeah.
and tell people when. the reports are.
Like, these are the dates. If we're paying out at the end of May, you got to have this to us by April 30th or whatever the date is.
And we've learned these lessons through all the MOUs we write, and some are due at the end of the year, some are
Yeah.
due half of the year, some are due monthly.
Yeah.
So we have already started meeting. I
Yeah.
think I've shared, and I know I've got Title I staff and other folks I've had in the room
How do they say-
working on this
Mhm.
to get to the end of having the calendar that Mr.
Yeah.
Pitts is referencing, so we can build the
Yeah.
timeline backward.
Yeah, you got to map
will help
backward.
us.
And then there just has to, on your side, there just has to be accountability measures for when, and I'm not gonna say if, for when a supervisor misses the deadline. Because then now people aren't getting paid on
And
time.
I do want to put this in the room. You've seen the list. There's probably, I want to say close to 40 of these that we track,
Yeah.
and it's a lot.
Mhm.
We all get the
Yeah.
calls. It's an individual person for an individual MOU,
Yeah.
and it is a lot. So
Yeah.
I will tell you, I'm starting to be more mindful and conservative
Mhm.
for how we write and do that, because we're just creating more and more layers on top.
No,
of
I
this,
agree.
And it gets so heavy.
Yep.
And
I agree.
And it's, you understand.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Live
yeah,
with us.
yeah.
But I
yeah.
think if we get there, right, I think to go to, and what we're kind of talking about is the accountability part, right? Because I think the accountability part creates the muscle memory. So that, they get better and better at it. If it's absent, if it's just a systemic
Right.
process, then
And we're as close as we've ever been to create a framework
Yeah.
to do that. So I think I took with Jason's point, Mr. Pitt's point, I'm excited about this. We've never been this close with calendars or
Yeah.
a unified process.
Yeah.
We just keep writing MOUs and trying to remember, keeping spreadsheets and
And having it in one place is going to
Right.
be very helpful.
Right.
And then just on the back end, having that backwards mapping so that supervisors know, hey, you've got to have it by this date or these people aren't getting paid. It's going to be your fault. Like,
7 tests to just cause. You got to know what you're expected to do and when you're expected to. do it.
exactly.
So that would be helpful.
I actually have a different viewpoint. I appreciate everything y'all are saying about accountability, and we can go back and look at it, but you do have the tech, if you come at it of, it needs to be submitted in a certain format,
Then you can
build accountability into the system. Again, this is up to you all, but part of the challenge is there's too much variance in how that is being
Absolutely.
tested.
and then
You don't have an audit trail to go back and look at that technology so that not only can you hold the administrator accountable if they refuse to do that,
but then the staff member
can also check. Because if I'm correct, everybody's goal here is to make sure people get paid on time.
Yes. And I do
Appreciate the accountability piece. I don't want you to think I'm
Mhm.
negating that.
but that may be something that you want to come back and at the table and look at.
Well, and I think to that point, you know, with special activity pay or how you submit supplements, whatever, like we need to have uniform forms and processes that each principal or supervisor's doing. So you can track to make sure that, you know, if we have 153 traditional work sites, you know, and we know the supplements that they should be submitting, you can go and just check, okay, this school submitted it, this school submitted it, this school submitted it, if it's all
Well,
uniform.
if there was a way, one of the things, because I just had a little snafu with something, and I'm not going to go into the details, but one of the things that would be helpful would be when the financial person submits to the whomever is responsible for getting that paperwork, standardizing the forming is something the district can do and should have done long ago. But what would be helpful is if, when it's submitted, a copy would come to the employee. So that would be a checks and balances, an automatic checks and balances for the employee to know the supplement's been submitted, and they can say, I didn't do this semester, or I noticed I didn't get a copy. Have you submitted my form for this coaching or that mentoring? Or I mentored I mentored this many people and you only submitted it for one. But we don't see that paperwork on the employee side. And that's problematic. Then when do we find the errors? We find the errors when the check comes and it's
should have
not
been.
right. And then that causes people to have to go back and double check and blah, blah, blah. It would also help stop the blame game of somebody telling you that it's the school's fault, or it's the district saying it's the school's fault and the school saying it's the district's fault, because you would have a copy and know that my side submitted it, it's your side, or no, I
Actually didn't submit it.
didn't submit it, and now I see the problem, and as an employee, I need to advocate for myself.
So there are technology solutions that I could bring back to the table at some point if the group wanted to look at them. But what we would need would be the language that says you will use the district approved process to collect these supplements and submit them. I would need to be able to go back and come up with a solution and bring it to the team.
And I think let's talk about this offline, because
Okay.
some of this is our processes
Mhm.
and not here in this contract or
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
While we're here specifically, I think we're close, we're with Appendix C and,
Yeah.
and the like, to establish the amounts, frequency of pay. We, as management, develop those processes for how we get that information funneled back to us. And to your point, Ms. Pasco, I think we should be systematic and process minded in the future for how we bring back the information that we're negotiating here.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And the only thing I might say to that would be, perhaps it is beneficial to add in that the employee gets a copy, an electronic copy of what was submitted.
Because not the entirety of the process.
I just.
Yeah.
I think.
Those are, no, all good points. But I think to Brian's point,
Yeah.
that lives in the process and procedure on management
Let's
side.
Put a pin in that.
Yeah.
Well,
Because there are, if you go down that rabbit hole, and I want to get back where we are here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just make the case. There's probably 6 to 8 supplements you're gonna be tracking, trying to give documentation back. You're gonna have 3 or 4 you've got Title I, you've got critical area, you've got, I was the coach, I was the reading, the reading coordinator,
Yep.
teacher, whatever. So there's a lot of pieces if we're gonna backtrack this. So I don't wanna, I wanna be mindful to not codify that. We've got a system that I think we can work through and work with.
Yep.
I would love to have a system where it would all show up on portal or somewhere and you can see it, but I don't know that we're there yet.
Well, and I think with the migration with SAP to HANA
Yeah.
and some of the other things that are happening over the next couple of years, we
Yeah.
probably will get to that point.
Yeah.
But starting to have a unified calendar and then a unified process are those beginning steps to this being more uniform. And I do we want to finish this, but I thought of a question that I want to go back to, but I want to finish this first.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So highly, I think the grandfather, we were good. We just.
Through end, but
Paid end of October is what we said,
Yeah.
based on prior years over
That's fine.
evaluation rating paid end of October. Then we go into the lead sign language. You said one, we did two, but we put more language, just one supplement district wide paid and prorated monthly installments over 10 months.
Yep.
We're on page 12 of 13.
We're good with that.
And then translation is a larger discussion. I think we're close. Let's make sure we compare these. If we go down, we agreed on the hourly rate of pay.
Mhm.
Then we just broke out translation services.
And I think I copied what you guys had. So
Yeah, I
we'll
think
go
so.
by line for line though.
Yeah, staff who provide.
Because we workshopped this together
Yeah,
on the
around
26th.
Quarter hour. See, on behalf of receive $20 per hour. So that's the first sentence that
Mhm.
appears there. It appears to be the same. But I will say on our side, we have it's in yours too, outside their job description. And you had staff who
Mhm.
provide translation service outside of their normal job duties. So I think that walks across.
Yeah. Was that your third one? Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I'm looking at our first up to the semicolon. Where we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just moved. It's just in different spots, it looks like.
Yeah. This needs to be a lowercase t translation. And then we move into, translation services are defined as
For the supplement.
quite a bit different. Translation services must be requested by an administrator to be eligible for the supplement. A volunteer list of skilled translators must be maintained. We talked about that last time. Are defined as verbal. I don't think you had the list piece on here. Oh, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Staff who provide
Staff
must
who
be
pro-
asked by an administrator.
To perform these services.
Mhm.
And then,
And then we talked about rotating equitably as appropriate. Make
Mhm.
sure you had an equity clause in there. Because we want to make sure we didn't have favorites on
Yep,
the list.
yep.
This section does not apply to sign language interpreting services within the applicable job description as
I
outlined
have that.
in para article 922.
So we're okay with yours. Yeah, we're okay with the way you organized yours.
So,
I did have a question real quick that popped into my head as we were talking about the systems.
okay,
So it's gonna be on page, let me look at yours actually.
yours or ours?
I'm gonna look at yours.
Okay.
It's on the first page. One, two. The fifth paragraph. So no more than 3 supplements for student extracurricular activities. So this isn't the, because we've kind of started to lump some of these in. These are like your clubs and your athletics after school. So this, again, does not include like your Title I critical shortage,
No.
coaching deans, grade level chairs,
I think the
anything
extracurricular.
like that, right? I just wanted to clarify that. So just for extracurricular activities.
Should that be defined more? Or do you think that covers it?
I think extracurricular covers it. I just wanted to clarify that we're talking about like coaching supplements and club supplements and not grade level chair, not coaches, not dean supplements, not Title I or critical shortage or grandfathered, highly effective, anything like that.
Would it be extracurricular, non-academic?
We might want to put that extracurricular, non-academic. Just to clarify. Because a lot, I mean, your clubs and your athletics are extracurricular, non-academic. Dina, yes. Yes,
No more than 3 supplements for student extracurricular activities.
yes.
So kind of, doesn't it define it there?
That's what I just wanted a clarification. I just wanted to make sure that that was the understand, yeah.
And I think I want to peel off non-academic because we've got
Okay,
them in here that's like history, fair.
okay,
We've got the, 18.
Yeah.
Don't we have the coaches, either reading and things like,
I would call that academic.
but we said extracurricular, non-academic, and I think we were trying to grab everything.
I think student extracurricular, because that all. the
think
other
that does
things
it.
Are not.
are not student.
Related.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, just to make sure we were good.
I was confused before. I was okay with it the way it was, but now I'm going to ask something. When you're saying no more than 3 extracurricular activities, could I do the history fair, could I be the coordinator of the science fair? Could I do more than 3 of those type things?
If
Or are you
we
limiting to me?
hold to the language that says extracurricular, curricular would be anything instructional. So if it touches instruction, it falls in another bucket than would extra. So what it means is I couldn't do
Your
golf,
chess club.
wrestling, tennis, and chess. I'd have to pick. I could only do
Yeah.
3.
Well, actually.
Unless there's special
I would
permission.
say,
Unless they're
because a lot of
from the
people
chief
do
of high
have
schools.
The permission.
Right, right.
Yeah.
That's what it means to me.
And I think that that's in there so that one person's not doing 10 when they haven't offered it to the rest of the system.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah.
that. I was okay with it the
Yeah.
way it was, but.
I just wanted,
He said something that made me.
that question popped into my brain and then I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page with
All
that,
right.
but it sounds like we're good.
Now that, well, you open the bucket.
Oh, no, Jason.
So if I teach, if I do esports in the fall and then esports in the spring, is that 2 supplements?
It is 2 supplements because you have a fall and a spring, the way it's set up right now in the MOU. So you get 1,800 for the fall and 1,800 for the spring, the way we paid it out this
So
last
then
year.
That person would be eligible for 1 more supplement.
Yes, unless the chief of high schools signed off on it. Yes.
So just.
That's
to
our
make sure
safe
everybody's clear. This is going to be very messy in the system. Because there's no, in order to do this in the system and to not have the overpayment, underpayment issues that you all have asked that we resolve, you're actually going to make this worse. Because there's no way for us to track this and you've built a system based upon human accountability and human failure. And so what's going to happen is someone is going to get in more than 3.
Because you're depending on an individual to manage this.
Well,
And then we're going to have to then change it and have the overpayment, underpayment. So I just want to bring that to the table that
Yeah.
part of what we're trying to do is to get the system to where we can upgrade. And this is going to tax that.
Well, and right now, this is the existing system.
I know it is. So
And I agree with you.
We may need
I
to,
agree with you there.
I may need to adjust some people, or we may need to do some things outside of the system. Just bringing that up so that you know what we need to talk about.
And to your point, that's how at a middle school and specifically in a K-8 school, we had the issue where we had a person getting an athletic director supplement for 4 years that had no business getting an athletic director supplement because that's only for high schools. And then, but the principal had approved it 4 years and it had just been even the previous person that had gotten it, like, because there's no checks and balances there.
but even that issue, I think, is different than what Ms. Pasco was saying, like, to me, like, okay, so this is a very human thing. And at some point, we need to give a little bit of credit to the humans that we hire, pay pretty well, sitting in principals' offices. It's not an overpayment, underpayment issue, because let's say I get paid out for 4 supplements, because I've done 4 things, you're darn right, you're gonna give me my money, because I'm gonna work. But that can be like a slightly different issue than payment under. This is very much a, let's not play favorites and give everybody, one person, all the things.
I'm talking about the fact that we are charged in the system. And this is a general statement. If it does not follow contractual language, we are then told we have to take money away from someone and give it to somebody else. That's just in standard with everything. And so I'm trying to make sure our system does not set up for things like that. And that I'm creating a system that's fitting what you all are doing
and this will be a challenge.
to create a system that will fit that. We can do it, but we'll have to put some pieces in.
I think what we've basically talked about are internal controls, right?
Yeah.
You can't take out the human element. But as we are going forward, I do understand the system's perspective because we're thinking about internal controls. But as we are creating these new areas, then they have internal control implications. So that's just something we're gonna have to sit down and talk about and try to work into the mechanism. And as we go through, you'll see this issue is gonna keep coming up.
Yeah.
But I do understand what you're saying, Ms. Pasco, from that standpoint. As we are talking about these, things, we have to have those internal controls in mind. So I think we're closer on this issue than we think was.
Well, no, we're actually in a complete agreement. There has to be internal controls because I know Brian's pulling out his hair, we're pulling out his hair. Wilfredo would pull out his hair if he had any. You know, with these types of, you know, internal, because they're not there right now, or
Well, they
they're
have to be,
deficient in some
they
point.
have to be adjusted.
Yes.
As you adjust on one end, you have to adjust the internal control.
Yeah, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
that's something that we as a team can kind of sit back.
Yeah.
Isn't there something that, let's say with this issue of supplements, if there's this way in the system that a person is put in for, if the system says 3, and then a person is put in for a 4th one, the system will put up something that says, hey, there's an issue.
You need approval.
Right, or 'cause like when I schedule a
Right.
student, if I use the same course code that the student has had in the previous year,
If it's time.
it'll give me a notification. Do you want to put this?
Kid in the same course.
Yes,
And so-
if we reconfigure the system
That-
and
That's what I'm saying.
put in time, which goes back to the earlier question I said. If it is put in time.
So just, and really, we really don't have a lot of control over this part, but just to put this in the room real quick so that we can move on. Because I think we're pretty much done with this because there's a few pieces that you guys need to get some information on. But when we start the beginning of the year, I mean, these supplements should be assigned at the beginning of the year so that we can catch, because most of these supplements aren't paid out till either the semester or till the end of the year. You know, and so if these supplements are filled and put in August, then you guys have time to have those checks and balances and make sure that, you know, Anne has 4, has Tracy Collins approved it? You know, those types of things. And so just to kind of put that out in the room so that principals and supervisors aren't waiting until the very end to do it. It's done in the front end to catch all this stuff.
Some of them exactly.
Yeah. So, so just to recap, Appendix C for, what you guys need to discuss. What I have is that you are caucusing on middle school or the print, digital media, the newspaper. And that's on our page 7, because I'm just flipping through our page. Actually, I'll just flip through yours because we're going to take a lot of your alpha.
Then we had the,
So actually on page 7 on yours, the AP, IB and Cambridge. You accepted our 2,500, but now it's stricken through, so you're caucusing on that. I also have that you guys are caucusing on the newspaper on page 8.
yeah, that was the digital media, wasn't it?
Yep. On page 9, I have that you are caucusing on the middle school instructional coach and testing coordinator because you had originally accepted those and now they're stricken through. On page 10, same thing for the instructional coach. You had accepted it, but now it's stricken through. And then
We had the size restriction on the assistant weightlifting.
yes, and the weightlifting that we need to look at with Mr. Talbot. So that's what I have for C for you guys.
And I think in the interest of time, rather than like an immediate caucus.
Yeah. Let's,
Back to you at a later
I
time.
think so.
If everybody's still got the Constitution, we'll just roll right on.
Yep, I agree.
And I think Era Appendix F, and I think we both had.
So I printed that, but I don't think it came off the printer yet.
So Karen will hand around Para Appendix F and.
Yeah.
As we both have proposals.
Did I print them? I thought I did.
It's this one.
Yes,
Are we looking at?
it's in the June 26th one for us,
What
though.
are we looking at?
Kat's pulling it off the printer, or I think I printed it. If I didn't, I'll print it real quick. Okay, no, I'll pull it up then. Right, it might come out 4 times. I'm only gonna print the first page of ours and then if we TA, then I'll print the pages, because we only have changes on the first page.
Here's maybe. Trying to move ahead. Same thing.
Do you all have a copy of this?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Curtis.
No problem.
Do you have another one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So you'll take.
And you can.
Thank you.
Right.
Got it.
So I'm printing F and G appendices, cat. I guess it got lost in my printing frenzy earlier.
We want to hold for a minute, or you want me to roll on into?
Let me, I don't have yours. Okay, I have, if you look at F,
2 of 2, yeah.
yeah. I have mine pulled up on the screen, so we can go ahead and start.
So let's go on and compare. We're gonna now look at, it should be para educator appendix F, occupational therapy assistants and physical therapist assistants. Specifically on page 2 of 2, we have a counter to existing language for related experience. It may be helpful if you can see the July 10th year proposal,
Mhm.
and then we can kind of walk back through, because even though it's stricken through, there's great similarity between the two.
Mhm.
So what we have is, I'll just read through. Newly hired employees may receive credit for up to 10 years documented work experience as a licensed OTA or PTA. The newly hired employee shall advance 1 level on the salary schedule for every 2 years of documented full-time experience. Credit shall be granted retroactively to the newly hired employee's initial employment date if documentation is provided to the personnel department within the first 90 days. And then we add the qualifier. Experience verification received more than 90 calendar days from the date of hire will be effective on the date received by HRS. A year of experience on the salary schedule is defined as working 1 day more than 1/2 of the contracted days of the
So
position.
instead of 1 for 1, you want 2 for 1.
That's what's in there now.
Currently 2 for 1 is there right now.
Right, but we had proposed.
So what
Yes.
we had proposed was for Polk County employees that were moving, because ours reads, our
Year 7.
our initial to the district that we had emailed, because we didn't get a chance to discuss it on the 26th. Our initial proposal was to address really existing employees, because this was already a practice for new employees. They get 1 year for every 2 coming in, up to 10. And so, but we have heard from our folks that have transferred maybe into OTPTA or into the network manager, because the network manager appendix G mirrors what we had initially proposed. You guys can. And so in appendix F. Wait, hold on. What we had initially proposed was adding, because it currently in number 8 says experience credit for new employees. We had proposed adding and PCPS employees transferring to the OTPTA pay grade. And so we had, I'll just read it. It'll be easier. Newly hired employees, and then striking through, may receive credit for up to 10 years of documented work experience. We have added, will receive 1 year of experience credit on the salary schedule for 1 year related service up to 10 years maximum. And so this gives a 1-to-1 for related work experience instead of 2 for 1. And then we have stricken through the newly hired employees shall be moved 1 step on the salary schedule for each 2, because they're getting 1 for 1 up to 10. And then the added new language, PCPS employees will receive 1 year for every 2 years for their unrelated PCPS experience, in addition to any verified related work experience as a licensed OTA PTA. And what we've heard from our folks, particularly network managers, but we saw that this was also in this appendix as well. Even though we have very few OTA, PTA folks, this really stemmed from our network managers that are paras. They may have worked in the district for 15 years and they moved to a network manager position, and then none of their para or ESP, whatever they were doing, if they were at the district, none of their work experience has been able to transfer over to that salary schedule. And so while related experience should be one-to-one, just like it is, in the teacher contract, it is for most of your paras. We feel very strongly, and so do our para network managers, that just because they don't have experience in the network manager, they do have experience in how our school system works. They have experience in how to work with kids because they've been Polk County Public School employees. They have experience in a plethora of areas that do give them knowledge bases when they move to the network manager job. Should they get 2 for 1, or should they get 1 for 1 for that? Maybe, maybe not, but they definitely should get 1 for related experience. And if we want to cap that at up to 10 years, for the fiscal aspect of it, but I think beyond the 10 years, they should get 2 for 1 for their unrelated experience, because that matters. That counts for something. It may not necessarily count 1-to-1, but it should count for 2-to-1, because they do bring knowledge of our system into their job. They're not just coming brand new from Publix or off the street somewhere else. And so this would be, this is something that our para network managers want. And you'll see some similar language when we get to ESPs, when we talk about ESPs as well. Because whether or not, they may be a principal secretary and maybe they move into Althea's job when she now retires in 3 years instead of next year. But working as a principal secretary may not be property auditor related experience, but that principal secretary has a lot of knowledge of our system, and that should count for something.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
No, I was just think, go ahead.
So I'm going to now switch out of the network and go over to the OTA, PTA piece. Are you suggesting in what you've removed the year for year, that in the OTA, PTA, they're going to get 2 for 1? Is that your proposal? 2 for?
Existing language.
No, but, okay.
Yeah.
Let me just,
Sorry.
let me take a different tack. I know it's existing language. The reason 1 for 1 is important is we don't have enough of these people. I understand we run an academic model, but we have a lot of students who get PT and OT. It's on their IEP, which means OCR is involved if it doesn't come through. We had students this past year that got nowhere near the OT and PT assistance that were entitled to under what was supposed to be happening, because your people were trying to cover far too much schools, far too many students, trying to make up for the shortage. So I am strongly advocating anything that we can do to make OTs and PTs want to hire OT, PTAs want to hire on with us is kind of imperative. And it's not just for OT, it's not just for OCR and compliance. It's because these students deserve this. What we were able to do this year with our students with OT and PT this year was really, in my opinion, unconscionable, because you were not able to have enough people to do the work. So that I'll get off my little soapbox and say that our students, we put it right in our logo, our students come first. This is a student come first issue.
And this helps not only attract, but retain people in these positions, not just in OTA, PTA, but in the network manager, because we also know that we can't pay comparable to private sector for network managers. They train with us and then they leave. So
I will add to that. I definitely understand the importance, but I want to make sure that for lack of a better word, the argument is linear. as far as stating the students deserve it, we're talking about you're dealing with a retention, not a skill level. And I know it's loosely related, but it's not, that's a kind of a different argument. We're not arguing that we should have lesser skilled individuals. So we agree with you that our students deserve the best service and the appropriate service. I think we just want to leave the retention at the retention. Because if we're making the argument that the students deserve the best service, we agree 100%. We're not.
I'm sorry, I am really not following what you're saying at all. Because you retain people when they're well treated, well paid, and well benefited.
If I can explain, what I'm saying to you is that you're saying that we want, or your position was that you want what's best for our students. That would be the actual service, because you brought up OCR, which means that we would be in violation. OCR would come in, but that's a skill level. I understand what you mean by retention. You're trying to retain, and you're also trying to promote and recruit. What I'm saying is that's not a linear argument. If we were on the position of saying we want lesser skilled individuals, that would talk about what the students and OCR, what we deserve. We understand that there's a shortage. So I'm just saying, let's just keep the argument linear and talk about the fact that we want to make sure that we can recruit and retention. It's
Well, these
not
are in
a
tandem
skill,
together. It's not a skill level. They are in tandem though.
but
They're tied together.
But it's not a direct, you're talking about a direct correlation with actual service versus retention. I just want to make sure we keep the
If they
argument.
can't retain them, they don't get services.
And that's.
I guess I'm just not following
But
the
it's-
argument.
My argument is, if you talk about OCR coming in because of the lack of employees, that's, and you said what's
We're
best.
coming because little Johnny is supposed to get OT services once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week. And it's on the IEP. And we are not having enough people to make sure that they are getting once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week service, which means we're not in compliance. And OCR comes in due to a lack of compliance, not the skill level of the person giving
We're just saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. We want to make sure the argument is linear. Both of us agree that the students should get this level of service. What we're talking about is recruitment, retention, and employee base. So when you say we want to do what's best for students, I just want to make sure we put it in
Okay.
the correct category.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I'm
We
saying.
hear you. We hear you. What I'm hearing is so are you rejecting the proposal that we put across the table?
What we're gonna do is we're gonna say we're in a caucus. We have
All right,
presented
that's-
to you.
Okay,
Okay, gotcha.
okay,
Obviously, the language is not congruent with what your proposal
Right.
was.
okay.
So we will caucus on that.
Brian, just so that we have so that when we caucus, we have our discussions
Mhm.
are guided. Are you rejecting this proposal, or are you did you sort of made a mistake here, or what's the story? Because we need to understand sort of how we caucus around this particular language that we propose.
So I guess.
Need you to wait until I caucus.
That's right. Okay, gotcha.
All right, thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So-
And then, so really, it's the same piece for the network managers for us.
It's the same 2 for 1, 1 for 1.
Yeah, that PCPS employees will receive 1 year for every 2 years for their unrelated PCPS experience, in addition to any verified related work
And you're
experience.
specifically talking about appendix G.
Yeah, and actually, there is a mistake that it shouldn't say OTA, PTA. And we can fix it. It should say as a licensed, work experience as a network manager. So really, it's the same premise for the network managers that we just had a discussion with the OTA, PTA people.
You had proposed employees will receive 1 year for 2
Where they're unrelated.
related experience.
So if they have network manager experience
Oh,
up to
then that's
10, but let's say they would have been a para for 10, right? They're gonna get 5 years of, under this proposal, they would get 5 years of experience credit on the para network manager schedule for those 10 years of being a basic para.
So why don't we take a minute? We've been at this, it's 11 o'clock. We've been
Okay.
here 2 hours sitting. Which is
Okay.
fine.
Well,
That's what we're here to do. I would like to talk with my group on the items that we have already said we're going to caucus on. I will tell you specifically, I'm gonna key in on F and G
mhm,
because the other one is a larger discussion. That whole supplement, there's a lot of stuff in it. So
Mhm.
I anticipate that'll be,
mhm,
we'll bring that back probably next time.
okay.
But I would like to talk about F and G, come back to the table. Why don't we take 15 or 20?
Well, I do, because we caucus for longer than that usually. So we do have lunch coming at 11:45.
Okay.
So what I would offer, because I think we can with the teacher article 22, there's just some cleanup there because, and we can talk about the holdback and whatnot. And I actually think that will be a quicker discussion because of information I've gotten from Ms. Pasco and whatnot. Why don't we do this? If we caucus at 11:30, we can start talking in our groups, then we can have lunch and then come back after lunch. If we can kind of work and caucus at the same time. Does that work?
Yeah, so we're going to go to teacher compensation. on
Yeah, so let's do that, just so we can kind of keep it rolling, so we're not breaking, coming back, breaking, coming back.
So
So teacher
Aaron, if you'll
22.
hand out R22. This one you had as well.
Yes.
So we need to see.
And we talked about teacher 22 last time. And we had on page 2, do you have ours?
Not yet.
No, okay, here, let me go to. Teacher 22. Oh. There we go. Okay, bye.
Upstairs. All right, so this,
Because in 22, our big initial proposal was to have an option that employees could choose to not have holdback. So for employees that didn't want their checks equalized through 12 months, that were a 10-month employee or an 11-month employee. We have heard that our employees want the option to just have all of their money upfront at once. And so that when they in their 10-month contract or their 11-month contract, that there's no holdback, they're paid out 100%, they're good to go. And now we have employees that love holdback. They like that equalized check. And so we wanted to present that option. And that was the big piece in the compensation articles that we had brought. But I did want to go through on page 2. Last time we both agreed to strike 2. Part DI that exists was placement for last year, because that's now, they've already been placed. We don't need that in the contract anymore. And so that was already agreed to last time. And then the same with 22.1-4 on page 3. The conversation was to strike that as well, because it's old language that's unnecessary now. And then we are taking out the conversations with holdback, or with taking out holdback after talking with Ms. Pasco with the migration to HANA with SAP. That is on the list now to be built into the system, because the existing system, the way Ms. Pasco explained it to me, is that our whole system is based on us taking holdback out. And so to not have holdback with the current system would completely mess up everything. And payroll and personnel are working hard. We're trying to work hard to put systems in place, and we don't want to throw a wrench into anything. But with the migration to HANA, from what I understand, we can build a no holdback option into the new system.
The clarification is, we are currently trying to get our system at steady state so that everybody can function. We then have to recode the database to get to S/4HANA. And during that, you typically relook at processes.
Mhm.
So the only exception I would give is that we are looking at what would a no holdback system look like? What would the option of no holdback versus holdback look like? And what would it look like if everybody was required holdback to bring it back so that a decision could be made?
Okay. And so with that knowledge, and knowing that we're bargaining right now and we're already, salaries are already loaded for this year, this wouldn't have happened until next year anyway. And knowing that we're migrating, we've pulled the no holdback language off. Knowing that Ms. Pasco and her team are looking at those different options as we do migrate to a new system. But there was a question that we had as we were going through, and this is just a numbering, but it would affect the numbering. If you look at page 7 on ours, it goes from 2214, and then you have like 2215-1, -2, -3, -4, but they're not like related. And usually when we do the -1s, it's under a subsection and they're related. But none of those are really related to each other. And so we would be suggesting just a renumbering and bringing those to their own section. If you guys are agreeable to that. It's not changing any of the language, it's just a renumbering. To make sure that it just is more uniform and that the format's okay.
I see. Possibly.
We're all about the duck.
And even if there is tie-in, then it needs to be renumbered anyway, because then they should be like 22.14-1. You see what I'm saying? And then we would have to renumber anyway. And so I was when we were looking through that, we caught that and wanted to bring that to you. We're not suggesting any language changes there, just a reformatting and a
A
renumbering.
lot of renumber.
It would be. Because there's 4 sections there, but I mean, a renumbering is not generally a big deal because we are striking through some of this anyway. So we'd have to bring the article up for TA. Because we're striking through that initial placement that's already happened. So we figured we'd do some cleanup while we were here, because we caught that.
The renumber kind of necessary.
Okay.
Let me look at that.
Okay. And again, no language changes, just a renumbering and a reformatting. And I have your 22. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, so we're in agreement with teacher 22. It's just we had the question of the reformatting on the between 2214 and 2216.
Yeah, there's just no relation. They
Yeah.
are. I was trying to see if there's a way to group them to keep us from having to do all of it.
I didn't see where they were, unless we can move them to another section, but we don't have to take up necessarily time here to do that. I just wanted to bring that to the attention that we might need to
You're right.
format renumber.
Cable pay.
Yeah, I think Laura will appreciate that catch. When she comes back.
What's that? Or the renumbering.
Right.
Okay.
So if you guys are okay, if we put like a renumber when we put this out, I mean, I can renumber them before we sign off on it, but we usually,
Work on renumbering it. Let's just go. from there.
okay, all right. So then I'll put a renumber.
That's a yeoman's load. And honestly, I'm reading through 2214 and all of them below. And I do see what could be feasible connections, but it may be better practice to have them just stand on their own.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was looking at that subsection last night, that it didn't really make a lot of sense.
I can't even think of a catch-all to put it under, so we don't have to renumber it.
Yeah,
They're all so unique.
we looked at it and I really didn't see it either.
All right.
So if you guys are okay with that, the way I have it written here on we don't have to reprint. When we TA, I can renumber once it's ratified. Are we good with 22 then? We can get that.
Yes, let's go ahead and put that in the bank.
Okay, let's do
I'll
it.
sign Sign this.
So you got our copy?
Mhm.
Okay, here, let me actually sign this one because it has the renumber one, and then I'll write, give me that copy, please. And then I'll write.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry.
I got it.
You can sign my pen if you want.
You're cute.
You're up.
You are beautiful. How
I think I may have some others we can sign before we go to,
Okay, I was looking through maybe something.
I think, I think these are easy ones. When you. While you're going through the signature, the teacher para ESP on the. The payroll deductions, the payroll deduction on the statutory pages. ESP 4.18, paragraph 1.8.
These are the association, right?
Yeah. If we could do those before we go, if you want to sign those. Okay, I gotta. sign these.
Or if we're opening association rights, we might want to add some changes. So we might want to look at that, though. Isn't that the Marion?
Yes, there you go.
it's gonna be flat.
I'm feeling great now. I don't know about y'all. I feel perfectly fine. I'm feeling great. I'm not sweating anymore. We're gravy now.
You need to come in a bikini. We'll come in a park.
You don't want that either. You don't want that either. Right? JT's like, I gotta step out. It just got weird.
In the article.
Nice transition, Curtis.
Charge.
As the senior director of HR, I'm gonna have to redirect this conversation. Right?
What is?
I have no idea. Wanding. They had some staff like doing security ones. Yeah. Yeah, like the random checks.
Gotcha, gotcha.
That's what that is. I was like, waiting, it's waiting at one thing. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, yeah,
Well,
weapons,
metal content.
metal, that kind of stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Prison shanks.
So that's the response.
I don't know, but it's actually pain.
Okay. So are they being trained next week?
I think I want to do 11:10.
I gotta actually have an idea.
So Stephanie, do you want to roll into payroll deductions next? Whatever.
That's fine.
For teacher ESP pair. Because it's the same in all
Do
three.
you have, do you have your papers?
Yeah, we got them.
Wait,
Did we get ours and did they get theirs?
wait, here, I'll re-staple it. No, this is your copy.
Oh.
We have our copy, but it's coming apart.
How many? You only have one over there so far, right? T.
No.
We have two. We have,
This will be three. This will
No,
be-
that's your copy.
This two, right, you only have one.
No, I have two.
Two, right?
we have para 9 with the CDAT, CEUs, and then teacher 22 now.
So let's roll. We can get three more.
Okay.
Who do you have?
Let's hand them, let's just.
Well, maybe if you're gonna open association rights, we might want to add some things.
And
Payroll deduction.
Oh, I didn't realize it had gotten to you already. I just wanted to make sure we were keeping up with the actual count.
Yeah, association rights and privileges.
Yeah.
We're all three.
Yes.
I got all three of them. Yeah.
Yes. So let's do these because it's the same piece. Do you want to do them singularly? Or?
I mean, I'm sure it's the same language.
Yes. She's handed
It's a strike all language, right?
this out. I need this
One of this-
but that's what you're getting.
Which article?
Association rights.
Yeah.
Oh, so she.
open that, post it because she's putting out food. And
The JD.
that whole way right at the side.
I think it's just about
Yeah.
the
So,
deduction.
yeah, so, I mean, we all know, wait, what do you, what?
Oh, those are my.
Oh, those are yours. Sorry. I'm like, I thought those were mine.
We can look at it, give them back.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part, Brian. I'm sorry.
Mess up my whole.
I'm sorry. No, don't want to mess that up.
I can't, like a name that doesn't.
I mean, knowing what you're bringing, we can start talking about it. We all know Senate Bill 256, and I'm glad an individual is not here right now. My blood pressure might start to rise. But we all know 256 passed, and that's why you're bringing the strike all for the payroll deduction. But since you're opening association rights, because we're not an open book, we're talking about compensation for the most part. There might be a few things that we want to bring. So we may not be ready to sign off on that because we may want to counter and
That's okay.
things in there that knowing why you're bringing the strike all, and we're not really in a position to fight that with the statute, but we do want to discuss it. Because since those articles are being open, we might want to add some language in some other places for association rights.
These are singles.
If that makes sense. since you're opening, we might want to look at some of the things that we might have brought maybe at a later bargain, since it's being opened already to,
They're extra.
bring in to bolster up some of the other rights that we have under there. So we would like to caucus on that, just, and not to caucus to bring a counter to the strike all, but to caucus to see if there, because we keep a running list of things for open book negotiations, if there's things that for association rights we want to bring in now, since this article is being opened up.
So let me offer this.
Okay.
And my thought process and position. This does align with the change to the law, which
Yeah.
is immutable. We're not debating that.
No,
And to your point of we're here to bargain for salaries and benefits and otherwise, it's related to salary because it's a dues deduction. So it's applicable to that.
Yeah.
So while you see it as an opener to the whole article, I see it as a cleanup and still relevant for you open for. And I also feel that it's necessary to get this resolved because the previous language that said, come back to the table, discuss, to come into a place of compliance with the law, if you will.
Yep.
I just want to put that in as well.
absolutely. No, we get that. Did you, wait, I don't have,
Yeah, I didn't think.
Oh,
yeah, sorry, we'll figure it out when we caucus. So why don't we do this? It's 11:15. Let's caucus for 30 minutes. Lunch will be here at 11:45. We can eat lunch and then continue caucus, working through lunch. And then maybe try to come back at 12:15. Does that sound good? All right. All right. So then we'll take an hour break to caucus and then eat lunch. And then if we need further time, we'll come back. So Kevin, when you put it on for the live stream, can you fill out like a Word document and share your screen saying that we're in the middle of a caucus and lunch? Okay. All right. And then we'll turn the mics off. And then Karen, if you can turn your recording off. All right. All right. Thank you, guys. And then we'll let you know now. Yeah, we'll let you know when lunch gets here.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna
All right, we are back from caucus and lunch, ready to get rolling again. So we are going to pick up where we left off. The district team had presented changes to association rights because of the impacts of Senate Bill 256 with the strike through of the payroll deduction language, since payroll deductions are now illegal in the state of Florida for employee organizations as defined under PERC, which is the Public Employee Relations Commission. So we discussed this in our group. The article is open. It's not just open for compensation, it's open in its entirety. And so we would like to, we're not countering the strike through because we know that that's part of the law. We would like to have a few additions added to association rights. Open. And so we don't have a printout of it. I'm just going to read it. So we would like to counter. The association will be noticed with at least 2 weeks prior to an event or as soon as an event is scheduled. Additionally, the association will be placed on the agenda of each event with at least 15 minutes to address attendees and provide a space when in events. Oh my God, I can't even read today. Let me start over again.
There's your role.
I am getting old.
What was this?
This is gonna be in the 3 association rights articles.
Which one? Give me the base, because you're pulling the DNA from somewhere.
No, we're adding it. This is brand new.
So there's nothing, we've got meeting rights though somewhere else.
This is gonna be for district events. So like tips and new employee orientation or other district sponsored events, so not school-based. And that's what tripped me up. So so this is brand new addition language. So the association we noticed about district-wide events with at least 2 weeks notice prior to the event or as soon as an event is scheduled. So like if it's scheduled within that 2 weeks, that's what that means. We would be noticed as soon as possible. Additionally, the association we place on the agenda of each event with at least 15 minutes to address attendees and be provided a space when events are in person for all tips, new employee orientations, and other district-sponsored events that teachers, paraeducators, and/or educational support personnel are present. And then the second, which is it's a separate piece. So the second part that we are countering to be added in, as district partners, PEA staff will be assigned district badges to enter work sites. And so those are the 2 pieces that we would like to counter and add into association rights since this article is opened up.
Is that corresponded where it's typed out yet, or is it just?
I have it typed out and actually I can just print a few copies.
Okay.
If that's easier. There's no title or anything on it. It's just a plain, Word document.
Okay.
I didn't like pull up the association articles to like make a formal.
Well,
Go ahead.
it's
Or
just-
it is formal, but to make
No, no,
it.
no, just food for thought. I mean, is it absolutely critical? I mean, we don't have to submit the proposal now. We don't have to, address the proposal the employer put forth before the break on the deductions. We could kind of look at it together, consider it, right? Rather than rush, and then I'm sure they'll have
See, I
questions.
see quite the contrary.
Oh, you want it?
It's an urgency
Okay, all right.
relative to the
Right.
law that's been passed. I do want to say that I do think it's a push relative to the article opener,
Mhm.
because as I presented earlier, I came with you with specificity to a revision to something that did impact pay,
Mhm.
which was why we're here.
Mhm.
This whole piece with bifurcation was due to,
Mhm.
we're here for money
Yeah.
and benefits. And so, to that piece, I want to go on record that I don't think these 2 pieces are relevant to the intent of the bifurcation and why we're here. I presented my piece because of what I already said earlier with the language of the change to the statute and us needing to become complicit with that. But further, I'm open. I want to see what you have because to that end.
Yeah.
I have it in that I would like to put a TA in the bank relative to us all being able to offer that we have complied with statute in that regard, which was my original intent, why I brought that, not as an article opener. We have addressed and I have rationalized that many of the things that we brought in, we've tied it into money, we've tied it into benefits somehow. And I just make the point that I don't think that ties into that in its philosophical reason for why we bifurcated and why we're here. So that's that.
Well, we shouldn't rush to a TA on your proposal because we still have a right to counter propose, right? And so.
So you're gonna have a counter
My
to our proposal relative to the complicity with law?
Well, we might, so here's from our side too, we're also working with FEA statewide on what some of this might look like too, because there are some caveats that our legal team statewide is looking at. So not necessarily with the actual payroll deduction, but some other mechanisms. So there are some things that our legal teams are working on as
So
well.
let me play back what you just presented to me. If we can figure out the two pieces that you just presented, you're still telling me that you're not in a place that you're really ready to TA on that article.
Well,
Because that was different than
what I-
where we were.
well,
You said you had two pieces and so.
I'm just trying to address to sort of your concerns, right? So what I said initially was maybe we shouldn't rush through it. Let's take a look at, because we want to make sure we have the right language that we're kind of reading out to you to make the proposal, right? But you said, no, give it to me right away, what have you. And then on the proposal that the employer made before we went on break, I get what you're saying in terms of the statute, in terms of the law. But we still have a right to counter propose what you're saying, right? Because there are other elements in play. So we still can do that, right? So so it's really what the parties want to do. I mean, my preference is let's take a look at what your proposal means and doesn't mean, right? Let's take
You have that in writing now before you. And it's not a proposal, it's just a strike through language to come
the
into
proposal.
compliance with law.
No,
I got that, but
it's a proposal.
so your counter to me is going to have to be counterintuitive to law. It would have seemed to me.
Well, we're still entitled to propose, right? If you're striking through, we're proposing a strike through, right? So what I'm suggesting, what I'm suggesting is that, okay, here it is. Oh,
Go ahead.
you just presented it.
Well, no, but this was our association, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not
Gotcha.
anything related to the
I
strike
see what
through.
you're saying. What I'm suggesting is that if we're absolutely totally confident that the strike through is the proposal and we're gonna accept that proposal, so be it. But if we're not so certain, we shouldn't rush through it if that's the case, so.
So when we looked at what it means to open an article, if an article is open because of compensation, the article is open.
Right.
As far as our understanding goes of how bargaining is. And the ground rules for bargaining. Once an article is open, all the language in that article is fair game. And so if this language is open because we have to potentially strike through because of the law change, then we would have a right to add or propose other language in that. And I think that's what we're doing here. And so there were things that were on our list to address possibly in an open bargain, an open book bargain. But since this
We have a history of that.
open,
We have a history of this. And do you remember when all the language came down on masters and all that stuff, and we had to open the article? We not just touched, we did, and we talked through, we touched other things in that article as well. Because the article is now open. The rationale for why you opened it, we understand completely, but it's now open.
Agreed. We also didn't do a bifurcation that year as well. So to your point, we weren't coming to the table twice with two different priorities that we had acknowledged were our priorities at that point in time. And we said we were going to do language relative to all other pieces, and we did that on the front side of the summer. And we said we're going to come back and talk about money when we knew money. I'm making. So I don't think it is the same in that regard. And then I also want to be adversarial and push back in the fact that if every article is open to this discussion, then we're not just at money. We can talk about everything and anything, which is not what I anticipated was our commission to be here. We were here to talk about salaries. We're here to talk about compression. We're here to talk about grids. And we've been trying to deal with some of those language pieces on the front side of that. So I don't want to get lost in the purpose of why we bifurcated and open articles. So I am wanting to openly negotiate. I hear what you've said, but I need that to be on the record. So I do believe that your initial presentation, district-wide events, is very broad. I have no aversion to tips and new implementation because we clearly know where we're going with that. We've been talking about what our priorities are in that regard. But other district sponsored events, I think I just need more clarification for where you're going on that because it seems like a wide open piece. And it's one more thing that we don't mind partnering and collaborating, but yet it's one more thing to say, hey, you didn't notify us.
Yeah.
Not that just, you know what I'm saying?
So for example,
And what do we clarify as a district? What do we clarify as not?
Yeah.
I was looking down through the existing, it's very school focused. You've got accesses, you've got
Yeah.
ways to access, the buildings. And I get where we're going here. So let's talk with specificity. I would rather talk with specificity than generalities.
Okay. So some of the other district sponsored events that we had not been traditionally invited to, but have been the last couple of years, just want it codified, like the new teacher reception that we're going to next week. Teacher engagement reached out, we're going to have a table, but historically before the new administration came in, we were barred from those events. We weren't told when they were, we weren't allowed to be there. We've been open participation, participants and other things like with the Para Academy or like the ESP training that you guys had, we were invited, to be there. And so those are the types of events that we're referring to here. And instead of listing all of those little ones and not catching one, those were the types of events we were discussing and talking about.
And I will say that this has gone both ways. So we had previously arranged to have that Zoom call towards the end of the year with all of the ESPs and paras, and your PD department wasn't aware of that, and they had scheduled an event on the same day, and they actually ended up canceling theirs. Vice versa, we had a new teacher boot camp scheduled for Tuesday, and we were not aware that the district had decided that was one of the campus induction days. And so as we build this partnership, which has been going very well, it's beneficial for both of us to be on the same page and aware of these events, because same thing with the Teacher of the Year banquets, like we constantly are seeing scheduling conflicts, and it's just a lack of communication. Nobody's unwilling to, make changes. It's just, we don't know about them.
And so those were the types of events we're referring to in that.
It helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm still stuck on how to quantify that.
Okay.
I mean, a list of events that we currently do, I understand, but what does it mean district-wide?
I guess maybe district sponsored, maybe not district wide. So like if you guys do tip, you guys, I guess are in charge of, not necessarily sponsor, but you're in charge of tip, you're in charge of new employee orientation, you're in charge of like the ESP training that we went to, Wendy Winchester coordinated with us. And again, these types of things are just newly happening, right? As we're bridging and building that partnership, but we want also things codified because, we also weren't always at this place. And so we want some of these things that we are starting to do codified so that they continue to happen.
Am I hearing that it's
a district event, if we have a district meeting
Mhm.
with our staff, that's not it.
Well, so I would say like a meeting, actually elaborate a little bit more, just so I fully understand what you.
Well, I'm just trying to delineate what it is between, what it is an event. Is that an event is outside of work? Is it with just the new employees? What?
Not necessarily, like we were invited, we were on the agenda, I'm almost likening this to how our building reps, to Brian's point, have access to be on faculty meeting agendas, right? It's not like we're taking over the meeting. We get a certain amount of time to address the faculty with union issues, right? This is just more on a district-wide scale with, you know, officers and PEA staff that as you're holding district meetings where our folks are required to be there or can be there, like the new teacher reception, that we just get some time to be able to address our folks as well. So like at TIPS or new employee orientation or the new teacher reception, you know, if you're pulling ESPs for that full day training, like we had like that time on the agenda during their lunchtime or right at the beginning to talk to them. So we're not taking over the meeting. We're part of the agenda at the beginning or lunchtime or something like that, so that we have time to talk systemically to our
So that would be.
bargaining unit.
Be unpaid.
What do you mean? What do you mean unpaid?
If we have a district meeting with with those staff, you're asking to be on the agenda
Mhm.
during working hours.
Very similarly to how like our building reps would be on the agenda for a faculty meeting. Right? They have time at the end of the faculty meeting to address the staff with union issues. So like we were on the agenda at the ESP training in June to address the ESPs that were there. And so we came in, you know, and then, I mean, they were on the clock because they were there working. Had a TDA to be at Jim Miles, but we had time to address them. So that I guess that's what I'm referring to. That's what we're referring to on just taking the school-based model that we have and doing it on a district scale for us in the office so that we have time on agendas. When you have people, we can address them when they're all together at one time.
And I will say the only drawback to being so specific is that we're naming specific events is those keep on increasing. We didn't have Para Academy before last year. The employee orientation that we actually sponsored and paid for everything and got everybody to come to, but at Jim Miles with some of your people, like that hadn't existed. Like, you know, if we start out making it just a list of events, then we will have to update it every single year as things are added. So.
Looking at I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, is an event district wide because the district office is coordinating an event.
That's kind of what I'm like a district department or a district like.
I'm not trying to nail down specific events. I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
So like, for example, PD coordinates TIPS. It's a district department. They're coordinating it. We would be, you know, allowed to be on the agenda for that. You know, as HR personnel payroll are starting to coordinate new employee orientations, we would be on the agenda for that. And we would be noticed when those are, because it's you guys are the ones coordinating, or a department of the district is coordinating it.
What type of events are you thinking? Like, are there events that you're thinking that we should? I'm not saying anything adversarial, but like,
I'm just.
you don't think we should be invited to, or the type? Like,
I just don't want an event. I don't want an event that we didn't, you know, that we didn't think of, and then now we didn't.
so like if you,
Yeah, I'm with him. I'm thinking about like things that come out of teaching and learning. That's a district piece, you know,
Driven organization.
so.
We're looking to be included in events where we can get in front of potential members to PEA and tell them the benefits of joining their union to have them convert to membership to PEA. We're not looking to be involved in every single district meeting. We're looking to be involved in meetings in which we have the ability to address on an agenda for 15 minutes, potential members of PEA, tell them the benefits of their union and gather members. Recruiting tool.
And so, Kevin, if I may, to that point, The association rights identifies how you have access to mailboxes, you have accesses to communication for every person that you are that you're lobbying for, whether they're your member or not. You have access to go in and access them. You have access to go in and speak at faculty meetings. So I'm trying yet to figure out, I get what you're saying, and I'm not taking away from that. There's already pathways for your access to bolster your membership or otherwise, and it's codified here. So
I guess we're
This is
wanting
something in
to
addition.
expand the access.
And I'm not taking away from the collaboration,
Mhm.
but to Mary Ann's point, this language then goes this way in my head. We've got a collaboration that's working very well, but the next call comes, listen, I heard that teaching and learning had a whatever meeting with coaches or interventionist or whatever facilitators, and we weren't invited. And we're going to grieve you. It's a class action grievance because a bunch of our people were there and we didn't have access.
So maybe,
That's my concern. It's very vague, it's very open. And I don't know how to control that because you've asked for something that's like a net to be cast over everything. And I think this language exists in specificity for accessing your clientele that you're trying to market and bolster at the school level. And so I'm kind of, that's my dilemma. That's what I'm really struggling with.
so let me, over the years, I'm just speaking truth. There was not always this relationship. In fact, the last round was very, very difficult, and you're aware of that. So we had to fight for access to things like tips. And we had to, have things like that threatened. So a contract is something that exists beyond us at this table and beyond this administration, if you will. So having some things codified in there for things like tips and things like new employee orientation, district new employee orientations, or district teacher celebrations, maybe that's where we can go as a start. Because I hear your concern is you don't want to end up with a bunch of inadvertent grievances. We did this, nobody thought about, and I understand that, but maybe that's where we start at, is codifying access to employee celebrations, employee orientations, employee gatherings, and I want to be clear, we don't solicit membership at Teacher of the Year. We sponsor Teacher of the Year, and we've been taking part in Teacher of the Year, but we're not there soliciting. So not every place we go do we solicit membership. Sometimes it's a matter of us partnering with you to bring some value, providing lunch, providing, kicking in some money to an event to make that event successful. So I guess what I'm asking you is, what is your comfort level with just starting maybe to put in some, and I'm not bargaining for Stephanie, but I'm just saying, put in some specificity to give you comfort that we're not asking for something that's going to make us want to grieve. And by the way, we don't sit here hoping to be able to grieve stuff.
I'm not looking for opportunities to find myself there as well.
So,
But if we started back where Kevin was relative to, we want to get in front of folks to solicit them for membership, I'm comfortable with those intake points, those intake positions, those intake events. Because I think that is finite. We know what those are. We know what we're already working on. And I think that's where this started. Relative to, we know we're wanting to work together on tips, new employee orientation, those items with specificity. I'm comfortable in that regard, because then in my mindset, you've got a group of people that end up here because they're at a school, they're a teacher, they're a para, they're an ESP. You can access them anytime by this language. And then you've got another group of people that you still cover that may go central office or may go a different direction that you don't see, but you've had an opportunity to touch them on the front side of the intake process. So that's my thought.
So what I'm hearing and offering this is that when for all tips and new employee orientations, and then we can start there.
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Because I think that has value.
Okay.
I mean, I think I just think it works. But
Well, then let's start there.
yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I'll stop.
No, okay, so if you're okay with adding between all tips and new employee orientations and then striking through and other district sponsored events.
Yeah, I did have one thing I was writing in my notes here too.
Good.
I said, just hear me out, we're talking. In the second sentence, yours says additionally, the association will be placed on the agenda of each event. I'm gonna stop there.
Mhm.
I want to have a conversation of the language, the association will be notified of each event. Because then you can make the option and elect, you know, where we go or where that goes from here. I'm uncomfortable with the finiteness of the 15 minutes. Because it could be less, it could be whatever.
Okay.
You know, it could be, what if you're doing a video with Mr. Hyde?
Yeah.
What if you are handing out, hey, here we are, see us in the lobby. I've seen you guys do different and sometimes not 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It doesn't take that.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to have a limit on that.
Sorry to interrupt, but what if we have an administration that says language of day, you get 5 minutes max?
I think you're back to a school level administration. We're talking about groups of people that are in this room right now relative to tips and new employee orientation.
Well, instead of worrying about that, what if we did, instead of saying 15 minutes, something like no less than? Then if it's with Mr. Hyde and they're gonna do a meet and greet chat that's gonna last an hour, it's gonna last an hour. But no less than 15 minutes is reasonable for us. We, as you well know, with the last administration, we ended up doing a video.
Mhm.
So we could keep our time frame, and we had to watch the clock because we had, you know, so you know, I don't think 15 minutes is an inordinate amount of time. But I hear what you're saying. It may be something where you want to, and I think you also, I do think you also need to understand, I'm going to say again, there are things that we have done and will continue to do where we do not talk membership, but we are there to be representative of the association. And we've done, and, you know, teacher of the year, support staff scholarships. Absolutely. Where that's not appropriate. We don't look to do things that are inappropriate, but we would like enough time to be able to introduce ourselves without sounding like the FedEx guy from the commercial a million years ago. My name is Elizabeth, join PEA.
So back to your first sentence. So since we're limiting it to down here to tips and new employee orientations, would it read better to you to say the association we notice about tips and new employee orientation with at least 2 weeks prior to the event?
Yes. And I don't want to lose.
Or as soon as an event is scheduled.
And I want to come back to the 15 minutes because I'm not done with that yet.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm going to give you a case in point. You guys have been with us in those meetings before, and you know those agendas are tight and they are busy. And I'm going to tell you the last agenda that HR that I got the opportunity to stand up and speak about HR, I didn't have 15 minutes. I think I was allowed like 9 or 10 minutes. You know, I had to cover for a whole division. I want to be mindful that we may have risk, we may have you guys, we may have finance, we may have payroll. And so I think it would not be prudent, again, to specify a time when we're trying to balance a length, a moment of minutes that we're supposed to be in front of people and how much time everybody has. If we're trying to gauge what those agendas are and how that works. That's another reason why I'm being so finicky about the 15 minutes.
But we also don't want to create a situation where you're sending the message without actually saying it, that PEA is sort of this third party over here. They're gonna fly in, fly out real quick. And that's part of the problem. Because, you know, PEA brings absolute value, right, to the district. We are not. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not suggesting that. Take it. I'm not suggesting that. We don't want to create that. That's what I'm saying, right? So being a part of the agenda is important because it does send a proper message, I believe, to all new hires that this is a partnership, a collaborative partnership, a healthy one, and a sophisticated one, right? So because we can have our presentations, we'll talk about professional development and the values that the union brings to the table in that regard. Talk about membership and the values that membership brings to the table to the employer as well, et cetera, right? We don't want to create that. That's why you should definitely be a part of the membership. And I'll give you that. So having up to at least 15 minutes, or was afraid you use,
No less.
no less than 15 minutes. If it's less, if it's more, but perhaps maybe 10 minutes may do it. I'm not sure, but.
Or something equitable.
It's appropriate.
I think that when we moved to doing the flow.
I didn't hear.
Hold on, I think Kevin might have,
The appropriate time on the agenda with relationship to the length of the meeting.
I'd like to counter that with something along the line of I don't know if we want to say with a district approved, somewhere where the district can review or have an understanding of what actually is going to be presented. You may be able, let me, if I can finish my statement.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is you may be able to gauge the time frame from that review of, okay, well, they're going to talk about this today. So, this is what the time frame may be involved.
well, I actually think Kevin might have said what might be the fix. So
Time on the agenda relative to the length of the meeting.
appropriate time on the agenda relative to the length of the meeting.
So we would not have any understanding of what's actually going to be discussed prior to being introduced ever.
We're talking about professional development and membership. And I mean, it's the same thing.
Tips for how many years, Marion?
No, but that's what I'm saying. If
I'm kind of confused.
what I'm saying is you're asking us for specificity.
Yes, but we've never had to.
Can finish my one statement, please. You're asking for us for specificity. And we're saying, well, based on what we have done in the past, this is the way we operate. But you're asking us to be specific. And then when we say, well, do we know what you're going to talk about? Well, we've always talked about this. So I'm saying, where's the reciprocity? So if you want us to be specific with your time frame, I'm asking the question, will we know exactly what you're expressing or what you're going over prior to? Or is it just assumed, well, we'll just talk about what we always talk about?
Well, so, and actually, I'm gonna push back pretty hard on that because we already have a framework at the school sites. We're just expanding this to our level with district events, with tips and new employee orientation. So the school, the principal doesn't get to approve or deny what our reps bring to the faculty meeting.
Review?
Yes, no, you do not. And so you just get time on the agenda.
Okay.
And so the principal doesn't get to approve the 10-minute meeting that I send to my building reps to maybe discuss. We get time on the agenda. Now, if something were to be brought that was political in nature, which we're not allowed to do, like if we have those parameters already set, that we know that we're not allowed to distribute political materials or anything like that, or disparaging things, so those parameters are already set. And so we're trying to mirror what it kind of looks like at the school-based level for our building reps in district-wide events with tips and new employee orientation at our level.
And to be clear, that was not accusatory. I was not accusing you of presenting material that would not be appropriate. That was not accusatory.
But I just wanted to give you some background too, because you are new to Polk and you're getting used to this. To Polk, yes. That, at the building, the building rep just gets put on the agenda and the principal doesn't approve materials, doesn't approve what our reps are going to say. They're reliant on us training our reps to be able to deliver the appropriate message.
Any more than when we've invited district leadership to our meetings, have we ever asked for or approved their script in advance? Whether it would be Jason coming with Mr. Perone to give our board of directors an idea of what's happening in the budgeting world, or Fred Hyde or any other superintendent before him coming to meet and greet or to talk over issues. We've never asked for script approval.
Right. Okay. I'm glad you said script approval. To be clear, I'm not trying to be overarching, trying to mitigate and find a way that time can be gauged. So I just want to be clear. I'm not trying to be overarching.
I think Kevin's suggestion actually addresses that.
And
can you say it one more time?
With appropriate.
I would call an addendum, which would be 10 minutes or Or then your statement or time appropriate to the length of the meeting.
Yeah, I think time appropriate to it. That's because that's what Kevin said originally, time appropriate to the length of the meeting.
Did that and reprint it.
Okay,
And then we're gonna take a caucusing break for a second. The complete. Come back together. and do that.
okay. So before we print this out, so the second piece would be another bullet, so as district partners, PEA staff would be assigned district badges and their work sites. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna talk to my team in caucus.
Okay, no, I wanted to know, because we hadn't talked about that piece, I just wanted to know where you were at.
I go into caucus, the things I'm gonna talk about,
Okay,
because I want you to know the landscape.
yeah, of course.
Because while you have asked for PEA staff to be assigned district badges to enter work sites, I
Mhm.
need you to know that even though we have badges, we have to come through the rapid. We have to
Absolutely.
do everything just like.
Absolutely.
So the badge is not to solve all.
Okay,
I had ASBA meeting us at central office this morning, and they had to come through the front
yeah,
office for security reasons. So help me understand outside of what I've just revealed relative to visitor security protocols. What benefit would a badge provide outside of having the regular Raptor coming in and out of the site that you're going to? And further, another thing I've got to clarify is, are you even eligible to have it? Because you're an employee on leave, but these guys aren't Polk County Public School employees.
so they would be like contract, like a vendor.
So
Yeah.
that's where my mind is, just so you know.
So
the flexibility of it.
the reason that we were asking this is that not all schools or administrations are friendly to my guys coming in. And the parameters that actually are set forth in the contract. And so the district badge, the district endorsement,
For you guys, they don't want you.
so they get pushed back,
Or
they
what?
get pushed back with them coming in, if we're there during the day, we've run into those issues. And they're not widespread, but they're enough for us to want to ask for this. And so with a district badge, like a vendor badge for these guys, they're less likely to push back because they have a district vendor badge.
Just lend credibility to us being on campus. Say that.
You would not-
Vendor badge that shows that Polk County has already approved us to be there. That's all.
There's gonna be a,
Not go around the front office.
no,
Process.
no, never, never.
Because, I just want to make sure, because you're trying to access a teacher to engage about something that's going on. Because I'm on the offer, if we all know, we got to come through that front office. So,
It's just at that point,
go ahead. And what is it, please?
so the system problem here is that, if I'm hearing correctly, we have two of you that are Polk County employees on leave. So your badges all come from the SAP numbers. So if you are on leave, I cannot give you a district badge. And the Raptor system also goes, it is now all connected to SAP, so staff log in at the staff number, which is assigned to your status in SAP. So you're going to be in conflict with the processes that the people in the front office have, and will be confusing. So I do want, we're on a different type of leave, because we still have, like, when people go on leave, they actually become inactive, right? We're actually still active, but we will need to look and see how the system has you set up. That would require. So I'm trying, again, I'm going through, it's kind of weird with the two of us because we're on union leave. We're duty releases. I understand that, but Raptor is set up for only active employees. But I think we're active because we're getting paid. We still get paid. We'll have to look. Those of you that are not, wouldn't be able to have a district badge because you don't have an SAP number. But they could have we have vendor badge, but have to set up a different way. You follow where I'm going with this? That's I'm editing this down.
And we'll check that element of those details.
Okay.
I'm gonna log in.
But I don't think that's what she's wanting. I think she's wanting a different type of badge that doesn't have it nine. I think it lets enforceability. Yeah, is my understanding. Yeah. Correct. If I have access to email, access to the hub, because a volunteer still would be treated as, when we were first getting her kind of, I don't think that's what they're trying to accomplish. Oh, Jenna actually has it pulled up now, Brian.
These guys are active.
Active?
Yeah.
As long as they're active, then they're okay. The other two, we would just, you just want to be careful in the language. When you say district badge, that is very specific. Okay.
when you give, I need to say vendor badge, priority to that, a vendor badge, we'd have to go through and look at, or we could potentially come up with another one. You just want to be careful with that specific language. Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Whatever we call it, what they got the district badge.
They're service unit directors.
Service unit directors, they do that?
Ideally,
No,
okay, okay, I think.
but they're employees. They're.
So addition, hold on, I'm trying to, I don't know if we have that. That would be, because. I don't know. Okay, we're trying to accomplish.
Like that.
Yeah, that's not all there.
No, it's good. So it's terrible when we write language that's not good. You know,
I'm typing up the stuff we've kind of changed around and all we've tried to.
It's fun. I can say there's more than that, so they're not good in the church.
Sorry. Trying to solve the problem.
Or no.
I'll put my foot in my mouth. Brian, you're killing me today. That was funny.
it was good. I'm laughing on the inside. I can hear it.
Yeah, laugh on the outside, Curtis. It makes you feel better.
Not quite there yet.
Inside laugh. No, no, like 2.5 hours, 3.5 hours. So I'm happy that I didn't see my leg.
Wow.
A cold one. No, I like her flash frozen. I'm gonna be flash frozen. I was laughing about that when I went into Congress.
I was warming my hands. So.
Can we get individual?
You know,
I'm telling you.
it's warm, but it's warm. And you know what? If the air was broken, we'd all be fussing and like. So hot, it's in the.
Between the air being broken and the Antarctic.
I'll go ahead and transition.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'll just bring it to you guys.
All right, so guys, why don't we go and transition to caucus and then we'll get for language. Okay. And we really don't need the language that we've already struck through. We just need what she's gonna give us.
Yeah.
And I've got what we got here.
All right. You put right, just to read it. I'll just spin it. I got it. Yeah, we can suffer both.
The Word document.
And I want to office next to.
Brian. And Wilfredo wants an office next to Jason.
So we had complaints. I can just walk over and say, hey.
Say something that. Keep it up.
All right. Ready? Okay. All right.
So returning from caucus, I would like to propose the following. The presentations for ESP Article 4.18, Para Educator 5.18, and Teacher 5.2 payroll deductions. We will withdraw those.
Okay.
I also want to say, as we withdraw those presentations, we withdraw them with the record indicating that the Polk County Public School District has in fact been complicit with statute that requires us effective July 1 to not take any more dues directly from paychecks. We have notified all groups represented by PEA and have been complicit with the statute at this time.
Thank you for that, Brian. And and as this is being fought and, litigated in court outside of us, even, we recognize you pulling this counter and we're good with that. Thank you.
All right, with those being pulled, the next thing I would like to do is to go back to some of the hanging remarks that we had with teacher appendix C. And I just wanted to put some of our concerns and positions in the room relative to appendix C.
Okay.
And then it would be my thought relative to our time together, our agenda, that once I present these pieces, you likely will have feedback, but we wouldn't need to get too far into that, as
Okay.
we should probably redirect this through various counters back and forth.
Okay.
At our next bargaining session, but it will provide you an idea of position relative to those items in that appendix.
Okay.
I want to start by saying, and this is the segue to the money, that we're spending a lot of time in appendix C. It's uncontested that it's very important because there's a lot of elements. There's a lot of different types of supplements for teachers to make additional monies. But I want to be mindful and put it on the record that every time we bring a new supplement to be considered, that's an additional exposure within those supplements that's being taken away from salary. And it would be just a curious way to actually capture the data of how much money we pay out in supplements that aren't being directed towards salary. So every time we add or we request additional considerations with exposures financially with supplements, it's taking away from salaries because it has to come off the top. It comes out of that pot of money. So I want to say that it is our priority. It has been our priority since we started bargaining this time. It's no surprise. It's no secret that we are here to put the priority on salaries, to put the priority on working on compression. That's what we're here to focus on. So with that being said, the lens looking inward to appendix C reveals the following positions. I want to offer first, we will go back and bring you, actually, I wanted to follow up specifically with digital media.
Okay.
Ms. Pascal, I'm putting you on.
Page 8 on yours.
Yeah, the digital media piece, I thought I was going to need to go back and follow up and get additional feedback on that, but I am now concerned that we should stay with existing language as there's a changing landscape by law. And I'm going to let Ms. Pasco take it from there.
Correct. So they have initiated a new law. The law says that students may not have any social media on district devices. We anticipate to be more language coming throughout the year. And I am concerned that giving a supplement to the that the landscape is not continually changing. It also implies that we support whatever that person might be doing. And I am concerned about liability for the individual. And I am concerned about liability for the district with this continually changing landscape. And I would prefer that we not have that supplement there. I would also prefer to go back We do need to talk about the webmaster component, but just the webmaster component for,
We're okay with reverting to it.
But we'll just leave it as existing.
We're okay with
We
that.
Get a better comprehensive way to address that.
that's okay.
Weightlifting, as I relayed, I have not been able to follow up with Dan while we were out.
Okay,
We'll establish that threshold and then we can bring that back to. While we were in caucus,
And that's just a ratio issue really
is.
with head coaches.
and it's only senior high.
Yeah.
And then there was a discussion that was started relative to bonding responsibilities. It wasn't formally put in writing on the table, but I'm continuing to gain information and
Okay.
data that I'm happy to continue to share.
okay,
But at this point in time, what's been relayed to me by Mr. Butler is there is a group of folks represented by you that are assigned to the central office that
Mhm.
are being assigned those duties, which we can talk about that in greater length and detail later.
Mhm.
But that folks that are at the school level are not being assigned. And if they are assigned, they're subs to folks that already have a primary assignment to be there.
Okay, and I think the primary concern, and I'm glad we'll have further discussion on it. The primary concern that we've heard throughout the year and even now, because I guess it's kind of popped up again because they're starting to get trained ahead of the school year. So it's starting to kind of ramp up again, which triggered the conversation for us in caucus earlier. Is that if we can sit down and delineate some of those responsibilities and look at that and who's responsible for what, I think that will calm some of the waters here with that. And so we look forward to engaging with that with you guys.
And may
Go
I,
ahead.
some concerns also about just the liability. Something breaks as you're looking through, so a student fights back on different things. That's some of the thing as you're looking into that's some of the concern that is also there.
Right.
And so, yeah, we,
Can't imagine that we wouldn't have a risk concession for that somewhere
yeah,
to assist with that.
okay.
All right, the next part is senior high and middle school. And again, I'm gonna tie this in with where I started my remarks about Appendix C. And I respect the remarks that were made relative from Marianne and those earlier about we are in a process of negotiating, but we haven't tentatively agreed this article as of today.
Right.
It's not my nature to want to back up on things, but it's also my nature that we have open conversations that's relative to the larger picture. And so with that being said, for the senior high, the school-based coach that was out there at the 2000, and then the discussion of the AP, IB, and the ACE. Those right now for both of us, for both of those are going to be a no. We have rationale and reasons that we've already hashed some of those out, so I don't want to take away from our time. I just want you to know our position on that. And that's going to walk across into the middle school as well for the instructional coach and the coordinator. There are discussions that I believe we will and should have at our next bargaining session. I would like to unpack what would be considered an embedded part of someone's job versus paying somebody for an extra piece or otherwise. I also would like to just put this in the room that how is the work of this group of teachers, AP, ACE, IB, or the coordinators, any different for the high level work of the work that's being done at some of our schools that are in the top 7. I think we have to stop and just collect some perspective philosophically for the work that our teachers are doing. Because it's all about students and it's not about this group of students or this group of students. It's about everybody moving forward. So that's a hard no on those 4, a little bit of background, and then we'll jump off there.
So just so I have all my notes right and I'm just working off yours. That's the alphabetized one and whatnot. So on your page 7, so we had a check mark, school-based instructional coaches, and then you guys are now.
Yes.
Striking.
If you want to be direct, let me do it on mine too. School-based instructional coach, paid and prorated 2,000, that's a no. And then the next one down where it had the AP, ACE, IB, that's a no.
Okay.
And that
And
takes.
on the
care of
middle
Senior
school.
high. Yeah, then we go to middle school. And in that arena, that would be,
And then you're also,
it's already struck on our.
yeah, so and you're also striking through the testing coordinators.
We're,
And you have that stricken through
where you at?
of 13.
13 testing coordinator. Yeah, am I, right here, yes. Mhm. As presented.
Okay.
Mhm. As presented. I do want to bring into the record, if you're gonna, you will be back looking at this later. I know
Yeah.
you will. In senior high, it is not a mistake that we overlooked or that we had testing coordinators in senior high and we, oh my God, why are they still there? The testing coordinators are still in the senior high component because of the amount, all of the amounts of various tests that occur across multiple subjects and contents, which is not, which it's a different.
Which is why we
discussion.
originally put it
Volume.
in the.
Correct, correct. So I want to go on record that that wasn't a mistake or an oversight. It was strategically placed at senior high. So.
And
that-
then.
Newspaper.
No, yeah, we're newspapers reverting back.
We're gonna, existing language on that,
Just make sure.
pending
Yeah, I
addition,
got that. Okay,
law changes.
okay. And then I got the elementary on page 10 of 13. You are striking through the school-based instructional coaches there as well.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then on page 11 of 13, Karen, or when you relay this back to Laura, and I can clean this up too, on just the help, just for my own, for the health contact. I can work on cleaning this up too if you want, but striking through the effective July 1.
Yeah,
And then just, as defined in teacher 6.7-2, and then striking the actual language. Okay. Okay.
so with all of that information out on the
Okay.
table, we know where our work will begin next time
Okay.
that we have our next bargaining session. But also to keep
we'll
with the
table the rest.
priority, yes.
Okay.
If I may segue next,